My elementary school was about 25 steps away from my front door, so I was a latchkey kid. It felt safe enough for long enough. My mom, a single mother, worked less than a couple of miles away at the post office. She worked in the actual office and held a position of somewhat power, I guess, because she was always busy and people always depended on her for something. Mom wouldn't get off for another 2 hours from when I got out of school. Her only conditions were that I call her as soon as I got home, locked all of the doors, and only in case of emergencies did I call her again. She was always home promptly at 5:35. This was 5th grade, so I was about 10 years old. I get inside my house after school, and I call my mom. We do the usual back and forth you do with your mom as a kid, and then she reminds me not to call again unless it's an emergency. This may seem weird, so I'll explain. It's important to understand that I called my mom for just about everything, which I think affected her job a little bit. I'm talking things like, where are my slippers? Where's the remote? Where is insert anything here? I mean, I was 10, but surely I needed to learn a bit of independence too. So anyways, I agree, only for emergencies. As I'm finishing up some tsunami, I notice that someone is walking in front of my house, pacing almost. Under any circumstance, I'm already nervous because that's how I am as a kid, and a little bit now too. So I don't move. I just watch the man as he starts to walk up my walkway, looking from left to right as he does. He's middle-aged, probably not quite 6 feet tall. He's got a belly like my granddad did at the time, no facial hair, and he wore a jean jacket of sorts with some sort of athletic pants, and he wore thick glasses. The way our curtains are in the front room, I can see out, but you can't really see inside unless you press up against them, I suppose. And that's exactly what I see the man start to do. The moment he steps off the sidewalk walkway to his left, toward the window, I jump up and walk out of view, quickly, into the hallway. From here, I can see both the front door, the back door, and most importantly, I can see enough of the window to see that he's pressed against it, looking inside. My 10-year-old brain is going absolutely nuts in that moment. I realize I'm essentially trapped in this hallway, whereas the cordless phone is sitting in front of the TV. The TV is on. Is that good or bad? I have no idea. The man's shadow leaves the window frame, and I start plotting to grab the phone. Maybe he left. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy-handed knocks echo through the house. Oh, another rule my mom had. Never open the door for anyone. Ever. Initially, I froze, but quickly after, I ran to grab the phone. I grab the phone and I hear 3 more heavy-handed knocks. Boom, boom, boom. I slowed my running to about a slow step, and I turned myself around, making my way back to the hallway, backwards. But I hear a man's voice talking, loudly, through the door.
Hey, I can see you're in there.
I now start to dial my mom, but I quickly hang up, worried this may not be an emergency. I decided to sit down in the hallway with my vantage point. As the man continues to deliver knocks, they seem to be getting faster. Boom, boom, boom. My brain almost explodes when I see a shadow through the back door blinds. I hear what sounds like someone trying to open the sliding glass door. Surely, this is now an emergency. I start to dial again, and I hear the man at the front door say loudly,
"Hey, I said I can see you. Open the door."
Followed by a jiggle of the handle. "Mom, someone's trying to get inside the house." The moment these words left my mouth, I feel a rush of tears cover my face, but I'm trying to stay quiet. "I'm on my way. Don't open the door. You're safe inside, okay?" I beg her not to hang up, but she promises she'll see me in less than 5 minutes. Longest 5 minutes of my life. The man, the knocking one, is still knocking, still trying the door. The man who is at the back door, he's not there anymore, but I have no idea where he's gone. I sit in the hallway, terrified. Behind me, down the hallway, is the bathroom. It's the only room in the house with a lock on the door. I decide to barricade myself in there. The moment I relax and sit in the tub, I tense up again. Through the fog-style glass window, I see the outline, 2 hands and a face, pressing against the glass in an attempt to see inside. They try the window as they tried the door. I can hear knocking in the distance, so I conclude this is the sliding glass door guy. I'm in a full fetal position, trying to block all of this out. Surely it's been 5 minutes. I hear the most relieving yet terrifying sound ever, the sound of my mother screaming out to these men, telling them to get the fuck away from her house, and what the hell do they think they're doing? I hear another voice too, familiar. It's deeper and more assertive. It sounds like my mom's friend Ray. He works at the post office too. And Ray, he's not a small guy. He is, at that point in my life, one of the biggest guys I'd seen. Ray is yelling that he's gonna kick their ass and that they're so done. I can't see anything and I can hardly hear anything besides yelling. So I just fetal up in the tub, plug my ears, close my eyes, and wait. I wasn't waiting long. Suddenly, I hear pounding on the bathroom door, and without context of who's on the other side, I panic. But my mom says in a quick pace, Amber, it's Mommy. Open up, honey, it's Mommy." I run to the door, unlock it, open it. My mom picks me up, hugging me furiously. Asking if I'm okay, she grabs the cordless phone and dials 911. She takes us both into her room, and I look out her window, which faces the front. I see Ray. He has one knee on each of the men's backs. Both men are face down on our front lawn. He's also managed to secure their arms. This man was my hero. Being 10, knowing I wasn't supposed to be home alone, I was equally as terrified to talk to the police as I was waiting in that house for my mom. But my mom reassured me that I wouldn't be taken away from her if I told the cops what happened. So I did. When they eventually showed up, they took my statement, investigated the outside a bit, and arrested the guys for attempted burglary. As a kid, I now felt safe. But my mom, she didn't. She ended up changing jobs, working a shift that would allow her to come home when I was out of school. I know the job wasn't as good because we did the whole downsizing thing, but my mom did seem happier. And naturally, so was I. Pretty sure I didn't stay home alone again until I was past 18. Kinda crazy, but these things leave a stain, you know? When I was older, my mom told me that the police found a bag near the bathroom window. It had a crowbar, duct tape, some sort of multi-use tool, and zip ties. This was enough to arrest the men. Otherwise, they would have just walked free due to a misunderstanding. Attempted burglary doesn't come with a life sentence, though, so I understood even more why my mom felt she needed to move us fast. My friend likes to go mushroom foraging, and one time, she brought me with her. We got further and further into the woods, getting distracted by cool rocks, different mushrooms, a cool stick, or even just by talking. We were having a great time, just the two of us, until we stumbled into a clearing where a man was sitting, skinning what looked like a deer. I was frozen for a second. I mean, I moved to this yeehaw-ass town about 1.5 years ago. I'm from the Bronx, where you see weird shit, but I'm definitely not used to hunting culture. My friend and I were just sort of frozen. The man looked up, covered in blood, and said,
You know it's not safe for girls like you out here, right?
Then he let out a raspy laugh, instantly chilling my bones. He picked up his frighteningly large knife and just kept skinning the deer and muttering about all the dangerous animals in these woods. My friend and I were just nodding, not sure what else to do or say. He looked back up at us and he said, There's the bears, sure, the mountain lions, the fisher cats, and the rabbit coons. But the most dangerous thing out here. He leaned forward and pointed the knife. Man, the most dangerous game there is. My friend and I made eye contact and just booked it. Through the woods, through the bushes and thorns. And eventually we found our way back to her property. Not sure if creepy hunter guy was just scaring us for shits and giggles, but fuck, it was creepy. I'd like to think that he just got some fun out of scaring 2 teenagers, but Jesus Christ, not in the mood for this dude to pull a frickin' Robert Hansen. This whole thing never really freaked me out until the end. I hadn't really thought about it until tonight. Granted, it's not nearly as creepy as some of the things I've heard, but now that I recall it, I can't imagine why a grown man would repeatedly call a child. When I was a kid, about 12, my mom bought me a flip phone so we could call and text about when my parents were getting me from school. Also, I always roamed the neighborhoods with friends, sometimes pretty far for a 12-year-old, I guess. They started the phone plan in another state before we moved, and they never changed numbers. So when I got a phone, my number matched to their area code. A couple of months after getting the phone, this guy called me from a number with our same area code that was now over 700 miles away. I first answered because I thought it might be a family member back home. I asked the standard, "Hello?" in my 12-year-old kid voice, to which a weirdly deep-voiced, almost dopey-sounding guy responded, Derek." I said, "No, this is Logan." He then asked for Derek again. I apologized for the confusion and hung up. He ended up calling so much, asking for Derek, that I had to ask my mom how to block a wrong number. We did that. But then he started calling me from other numbers with our area code. Different almost every time. This would happen 2 to 5 times a day, almost every day. It went on for weeks. It was always during school or in the evening. I wouldn't answer during school, but I could see the missed calls from my old area code. I distinctly remember one evening when I was taking out the trash, a random number from that area code called me. I answered, he asked.
Derek?
In that same weird, deep, dopey voice. I shouted into my phone. It'd been months now of this. No, there's no Derek here. Are you stupid? I went into a tantrum. I was so upset by this guy always calling. I don't remember if he apologized, but either way, I hung up and started crying from frustration and not understanding. Nothing happened for about a full week, and I thought maybe screaming and losing my 12-year-old shit with him over the phone had worked. Then, on a random weeknight, when I was in bed at 9 or 10, my phone started ringing. It startled me because I was just about to drift off when it rang. It also scared me because he'd never called me at night before. I answered. It was him again. He asked,
Derek?
Big surprise. I responded kind of quietly because I was worried my dad would be upset with me, even though now I know he would have just been upset with the guy who's harassing his son. No, there's no Derek here. There's never been a Derek here. Stop calling me. Why do you keep calling me? You can stop. He was silent for a few moments before asking,
Derek?
Again. I don't know why, but that terrified me. Adrenaline shot through me, and I got queasy, shaky. I hung up, turned off my phone, huddled under the blanket. The next day, I insisted my number be changed. My mom and I had to go to the store to do it, but we did it, and it ended. The calls never resumed after that, but I still can't come up with a reason as to why some grown dude wanted to harass a little kid over some friend or somebody who clearly wasn't there for months on end. Fucking childhood trauma, huh? Here's one. Mid-90s. I'm on a field trip with my class in 3rd grade. We're going to the salmon hatchery because we spent the last month researching and doing projects on the salmon's life cycle. And it's the one and only trip that my dad will ever attend. It's my lucky day because he shows up soberish, at least to the untrained eye. You'd mistake my father's speech as concentrated enunciations before you'd suspect he's tipsy. And again, this day he wasn't too tipsy. We all packed on the school bus for hours until we reach our destination. The salmon hatchery is in the middle of the forest. The side we arrive on is guarded by a giant metal fence that we all file out and stand against while the teacher counts us. Once the number of kids matches the number on her paper, she presses a call box and says, Cedar Park Elementary has arrived. The metal gates open and we follow our teacher, Miss Sawyer, to this salmon ladder thing. It looked like giant concrete stairs with a waterfall going down it. In between 2 flat cement areas. That's where we meet the 2 women who will be showing us around. This is how they start our field trip. Lady 1 has a blue dress with salmon printed all over it. Lady 2 is fitted up in all of the rubber fish gear, boots, suspenders, Carhartt coat. Lady 1 hands us all a little pamphlet with a map of the hatchery. Then she asks the class if we want to see a really big salmon that came in today. It's extra special because this one's pregnant. Kids cheer, and lady number 2 walks over to this tank that they have in the back of their truck. She pulls out this huge Chinook salmon. She brings it over to the crowd of children, and it's still alive, flipping and flapping while she tries to hold it steady. Then lady number 1 goes, Do you want to see if it's pregnant? Again, we all cheer, not knowing what she meant. We all form a half circle around Lady Number 2 as she struggles with the slippery, gasping fish. We still are unsure how they're going to check if it's pregnant. Lady Number 2 gets the salmon by the tail with one hand and lets the rest of its body start flopping on the concrete. With her other hand, she pulls a club from her lower cargo pocket, and with no warning at all, in front of 24 small children, she proceeds to bludgeon the salmon to death with everything she's got. We watch in horrified silence as blow after blow is laid down on this fish until it stops moving. No more flipping, no more flapping. My friend Sammy grabs my arm, and I see tears in his eyes. Then, it goes from bad to worse. Lady Number 1 walks over to Lady Number 2, who's now pulling a big knife out of her cargo pocket. Lady Number 1 says, "Okay, let's find out if she's hiding any eggs." Lady Number 2 lifts the salmon up and fillets it right down the middle. Hundreds of little pink eggs splash onto the ground and continue to drip down. When the flood of fish eggs is done, Lady Number 2 does a discus spin and launches the salmon carcass into the trees, saying we're also helping feed the bears by doing this. Lady Number 1 then directs us all to follow her into the main building to continue the tour. The horrified silence is held amongst the children. We all huddle inside this cold, smelly brick building. Each room we're shown resembles the last, with giant loud machines all doing their respective jobs to make the hatchery run. Midway through, my dad tells everyone he's going back outside to smoke a cigarette. Lady Number 2 joins him. They both walk out as we continue strolling through the rooms. Finally, eventually, it's lunchtime. All the kids gather outside near a cluster of park benches and picnic tables. Earlier, I was excited because I knew my mom packed me my favorite lunch. Now, I'm still trying to find my appetite. My dad still hasn't returned, but I see Lady Number 2 getting back from whatever she was doing before her smoke break. I sit at a table with my friends, mainly Sammy, 2 other quiet kids. We eat our sandwiches while staring out at the forest, recounting the sickening start to our field trip. Then, Sammy stops and points out towards something in the distance, in the tree line, and he says, "What's that?" Following his gaze, my stomach sinks down as my eyes become fixed on a huge creature staring back at us about 50 yards into the forest. One of the quiet kids gets up and runs to another table, saying nothing. I continue looking, staring intently. At first, I thought it was a really big bear standing on its hind legs, trying to get a better look at us. But as my eyes rapidly examined the creature, I could see that it had a large, bloody carcass of sorts, grasped in its hands. The carcass seemed larger than a fish, and the creature, well, it was like no bear I'd ever seen. It had defined arms, shoulders. Most importantly, it was holding something with hands. Really large hands, but hands nonetheless. It was huge, and it looked comfortable on 2 legs. I realized Sammy isn't saying anything. The other kid, either. We're all just staring. My stomach sinks deeper as I remember I still haven't seen my dad return. It's been a while now. Panicking, I think the worst. What if that thing killed my dad? What if that bloody thing it's holding is my dad? As horrible thoughts race through my mind, I never take my eyes off the thing, I just stare, examining it. Sammy says, "Maybe we should tell a teacher, or your dad." I can't bring myself to move, but a few moments later, I break myself out of this trance. I stop looking for just a moment to turn my gaze to Sammy. He's still looking, and I say, "Sammy, I don't know where my dad is. What if that thing has my dad? What if my dad's dead?" I almost start crying, but I suck it up. The other quiet kid is now crying, though, drawing attention to us, but the creature doesn't move. Sammy looks at me. We look back at the thing, and then we both jump up off the picnic table to turn around and find our teacher. Right away, we're met with one of the other parents, and then Miss Sawyer. She's asking us what's going on. Why is everyone upset? First, Sammy and I talk at the same time, but she makes us stop talking, assuming that we're arguing or something. She turns her attention to the crying kid, and I'm feeling like I'm going to burst if I can't just get this lady to let me talk. I look around since I'm forced to be quiet, and the first person I see is my dad. He's sitting on a bench near the bathrooms, reading something. I'm relieved beyond belief, and when we make eye contact, I wave like crazy. But when he sees me, he heads into the bathroom. "Seriously, Dad?" By the time our teacher settles down the not-so-quiet kid, she actually lets us talk. It's no use. The creature is already gone. Frustrating. Sammy and I, like always, we sat together on the bus ride home. My dad, he wasn't interested, but still, Sammy and I talked about it the whole time. The creature was like nothing I'd ever seen at the time. Something that after getting a good look at, was not a bear. As an adult, I'm confident I saw a Bigfoot. It's amazing how foreign a concept it is to some, how resistant they are to the idea, whereas others just lean all in, like Bigfoot followers, lovers, hunters. I don't know about all that, but I'm pretty sure these things do exist. I'm pretty sure Sammy and I both saw one that day. I wonder whatever happened to Sammy, too. We lost touch after 6th grade, but he was a cool dude. It'd be cool to bounce this story off of him all these years later. I guess I'd just say, keep an open mind. And maybe don't let your kids go on a field trip if you see that it's for a salmon hatchery. That absolutely scarred me, probably more than the Bigfoot. That is, after I realized he wasn't holding my dad's corpse. The following story was told to me by my grandmother a few years back. She was visiting us a few days ago when I asked her to retell us the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe her, being a person who believes in ghosts, spirits, God, etc. Well, the story goes as follows. It was when my mom was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All of my grandmother's daughters, total of 5 sisters, including my mom, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mom and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then, there was a knock on the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said,
"It's me. Let me in."
The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana, what I call my grandma, was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew that something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, just a piece of thread that was worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my Nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess that's a given since it's been 31 years since the incident. This is a story that happened many years ago when I was around 8 or 9. My parents and I lived in a very beautiful, big old house. It used to be a hotel in the 19th century. The house had 4 extra apartments, and in one of them lived this middle-aged guy who we'll call F. The house was placed on a very small but long road that went between fields and a small forest, all of it going downhill before it ended right by the beach. There were maybe 15 houses and only one other kid my age, so I'd sometimes visit with the adults in the area. There were a few incidents with F, the guy that rented one of the apartments. The first one happened when my friend and I were roller skating and we met F, who was out on his bicycle. We asked him if he would tow us because we were tired, and he let us hold on to his bike. At first, we thought that he was great because not all adults would have been okay with that idea. But the ride didn't go so well. Once we held onto the bike, he started going faster and faster. And I mean really fast. It was summertime, and we only had on shorts and skirts. And back then, we also didn't have a lot of protective gear, so we absolutely didn't want to fall down. We started out by politely asking him to go slower, but he didn't listen at all. Then we started getting near a really big hill, where gravity would always make you go way too fast. When we were there, we'd always zigzag our way down to make it down safely. At this point, we were screaming at him to stop, but he did the opposite and was standing up on the bike so that he could go faster. And then he told us to let go of the bicycle if we didn't like it. But there was no way that we could have done that without falling, and he knew it. Even if he didn't know, he could clearly hear the fear in our voices. But he didn't stop before we were a good bit past that hill. And when we confronted him afterwards, he just said he only did what we wanted him to, and that it was our own fault. The second incident is the real creepy encounter that I had with this guy. But at the time, I just thought it was a bit weird. My mother, on the other hand, got really mad. And as an adult, I now understand why. I had met F in the driveway, and he invited me in for a cup of tea. I remember sitting on his couch and not liking the tea because it had no sugar. When I asked for some, he refused to give me any. Maybe he said he didn't have any, but anyways, I didn't like the tea, and he kind of forced me to drink it anyways, saying how I was the one who wanted it, and how he went through all the trouble of making it, and so on. He got kind of mad, so I did what he told me to do, because he was an adult, and I was only a child. That evening, I told my mom, and she right away took the phone and called him. And then she yelled at him for endangering us girls when we were roller skating, and got even more angry when she told him to never, ever invite me to his apartment, and especially to never force her little girl to do anything whatsoever again. This could be the end of the story, but actually, I met a guy about 10 years later, and he told me that F had informed him that I was the kind of girl that just needed to be cornered and pressured a bit, and then I'd put out. Yikes. I grew up with two families. One of them was dead. I'm not crazy. I have my whole family to back me up, and my uncle still lives in the house. The spirits aren't mean except the dad, banging on doors, cutting my auntie with a knife in soupy water, busting the sink, that kind of thing. It's probably worth mentioning that I'm firstborn of the power of three. My aunties, my mom have gifts. All the girls in my family have gifts. The house has 2 levels, light baby blue with white trim, and it had 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The Alive family were my 2 aunties, my mom, my uncle, and my grandparents. They lived not too far away, plus me and my 3 cousins and some animals. The family of spirits was a father, a mother, and there were 2 children. After my mom did some digging, she found out what happened. Apparently, the father was abusive, and after going into a fit of rage, he killed his wife and his 2 kids, and then hung himself in the basement, which is where my uncle slept. All the spiritual happenings, I didn't know at the time, were preparing me for my illness that was going to happen 2 years after I moved away. I had a stroke when I was 5, and due to medical issues, I almost died 3 times. We lived regular lives with them until they attacked my cousin. He screamed in the middle of the night, and the adults came to check on him, and he had 3 scratches down his back. My mom got angry and yelled at them to never touch any of us like that again. We're cleansing the house to make you leave. They took the hint and left us alone. We still visit the house, and there's a silent understanding that we not be disrespectful. So that's the information about the second dead family I lived with. But I wanted to go into some more detail about my crazy connection with the spiritual world and the blue house. The family in the blue house with the father and the family that he killed, they weren't the only ones in the house. No one could really place where it was, but it learned our behaviors and scared the crap out of my auntie. As a joke, my mom would crawl on the floor beside the bed and scare my auntie. All in good fun. Everyone got a good kick out of it. While my auntie was still awake, she heard the very familiar sound of someone crawling beside the bed. She wanted to turn the tables and scare my mom instead, so she kept her eyes closed, and when she could feel that they were nose to nose, she opened her eyes quickly and didn't get a chance to say boo before realizing it wasn't my mom. It was a middle-aged man with red hair and a twisted smile on his face. She got up and grabbed me, running to my mom's room, sleeping in her single bed that night. As I grew up and my first cousin was born, the little kids became more predominant. Toys moving on their own, doors closing when told, comfort from being scared of the dark. If you put my cousin and the spirits side by side, you couldn't tell them apart from living or dead. After everyone left the house, the little boy attached himself to me. He's still here with me, making sure I'm safe. I'm not sure what happened to the little girl and the 3 others, but I'm not visiting anytime soon for my own safety. So my parents introduced me to a murderer. Well, a man capable of murder, and we didn't know just yet. He was a down-to-earth stoner with 3 kids and another one on the way, and with a super sweet wife who was also a little crazy. He came over and would tell my parents everything going on in his life, and then disappear for a few days. He always came back with some crazy stories, but never would assume anything bad about him. He'd tell us how his wife stabbed him in the foot, how the kids dug a hole in their trailer, that his mother-in-law was psycho. Once he came over, on the run, for having a gun at his mother-in-law's. He was there and gone in 5 minutes. I regularly check our state circuit court, and dude was never in legal trouble when I looked him up. So I just assumed that he had family issues and maybe a couple screws loose. Last time I saw him, he came over, smoked with my mom and my girl, told us how excited he was for this baby on the way, and he hoped that it looked more like him, as the last one was a clone of his mama. We all hung out together outside and drove the kids around on the ATV, bullshitting about our pasts and futures. He was hopeful. Not a bone in his body said aggressive. He was very empathetic, very family-oriented, and just kind. And then he went missing for 2 weeks. Not a peep from him or the wife. We then see his picture on the news with the title, "Murderer Takes Own Life," with his name attached. He apparently killed a man, took his body and dumped it, and when the police tried talking to him while he was in the car, he turned, looked at the police, and shot himself. I'm so confused, and I'll never even hear the full story. 2 dead men, no closure for anyone. I'll forever wonder, who else that I know is capable of murder? First, the backstory for context. At the beginning of my paranormal experience, the neighborhood that our house was in was not the safest. It was a very lower income neighborhood in the heart of a large metropolitan city in its early stages of development and gentrification. When we moved in, 3 of the 5 houses bordering our property were legit drug houses. In my neighborhood at the time, it was best to keep to yourself, mind your own business, and not bring any attention to yourself. Our immediate next-door neighbor had constant traffic in and out of their house, and it was very obvious what was going on. Drugs. We always minded our business, but I tried to still be cordial and say hi, and wave if my neighbor was outside at the same time as me. He was always polite to me, but we had very limited interaction. But sometimes, some of the neighbor's customers would make me very uncomfortable by watching me, catcalling me, or saying sexually or racially derogatory things if I was outside, doing yard work, taking out the trash, or getting in my car. I'd just ignore them and quickly go inside, but these interactions made me very uncomfortable. I didn't feel safe if I was home alone without my husband. 2 weeks after the paranormal experience that I'm about to share, we woke up in the middle of the night to a lot of commotion. And when I looked out our bedroom window, I saw the cops raiding our neighbor's house. I found out later from news reports that the owners were charged with distributing heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, and crack cocaine. They also had a large stock of illegal firearms, a significant amount of cash, and one of the individuals living there was on the run, wanted on murder and robbery charges. He was hiding out in this house during the paranormal incident that I'll describe. So, the paranormal part. It was late one night, after midnight. My husband and dog were sleeping in our bedroom. We'd made chicken fajitas that night, so the packaging from raw chicken was inside the trash can. I was in the kitchen, bent over the trash can to take the bag out and take it to our recycling bin on the side of our house so that it wouldn't stink up my kitchen. Due to the way our property's set up, to get to the bin outside, I just walk out the front door and to the side of the house. When I was bent over the trash can getting ready to pull the bag out, I felt what I thought was my husband walk up right behind me, lean over me like he was about to hug me. He's 6'3", I'm 5'4", so he towers over me. I giggle and bend down further to dodge him and turn around quickly as I say, "I hug you first." And just as I turn and go to grab him around the waist to give him a big bear hug, I saw a woman standing in the middle of my kitchen, about 4 feet away from me. She instantly put her arms out towards me, with her palms open, like you would do when telling someone to stop. And she floated, glided, quickly towards me while she mouthed, "No." And as soon as she got inches from me, she literally vanished into thin air. In one instance, she was gliding so quickly towards me, and the next, she just disappeared. I did not hear anything, but her face had an expression of panic, and even though I didn't hear her yell it, her mouth screamed, "No." This happened so fast, literally in a span of 2 or 3 seconds. The only details about her appearance that I could recall was that she was completely solid, not transparent or translucent. She was wearing a long black dress with long sleeves and a white double-layered scalloped collar. The cuffs of her sleeves were slightly belled, and there were little white buttons going down the entire length of the front of the dress. She was about my height. Her eyes were strikingly light blue, and she had long, very thick, tight, curly, and very unruly jet black hair. She had pale skin, and she was floating a few feet above the ground. It happened so quickly, those are the only details I could immediately remember. I was in such shock and disbelief. Immediately after she vanished, I stood still for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then I bolted past where she was just a few seconds before and ran into my bedroom screaming for my husband to wake up. He instantly jumped out of bed and grabbed me, asked me what was wrong. I started crying. All I could manage to sputter out was, "Someone's in our house." Before I could explain further, he grabbed his pistol from the nightstand and ran out of the bedroom to find the intruder. Our dog, a 90-pound pit bull, who was in our bedroom at the time, also woke up and immediately started growling and barking at the entrance of our bedroom. He got in between me and the bedroom door frame and was barking and growling incessantly. I heard my husband calling for the dog for backup, and the dog refused to go to my husband, which is very out of character. My husband came back to our bedroom and said he didn't find anyone, that all the doors and windows are locked. There's no sign of a break-in. I told him he wouldn't find anything or anyone because it wasn't a person, but a spirit. At this point, my skeptic husband rolled his eyes and started berating me for waking him up to stupid ghost stories. But when he saw that I was so legitimately scared and shaken up, he sat down and asked me to explain what happened. After I told him the story, he just chalked it up to me hallucinating due to stress from work and insomnia, and he held me until I finally fell asleep. The next day, I FaceTimed my mom and told her what happened because I knew she'd believe me, because she grew up in a haunted house and has seen apparitions before. I just needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy or hallucinating. When I described what the woman looked like, she fell silent and had a look of shock on her face. She told me that the woman I described was my great-grandmother, Gabriella, who my mother was extremely close to. She died before I was born. I had never seen a picture of her because the only photos that the family had of her were in a box that was lost in the 50s during my grandparents' move to the States. However, my mother said that my grandmother still had my great-grandmother's dress that she made herself and wore almost every day. The next weekend, I took a trip a state away to see my grandmother with my mother, and I told her what happened. We spent the day in her attic looking for the dress. My mother found it in a suitcase, and when she pulled it out, I was in disbelief. It was the same dress that the woman I saw was wearing. Long black dress with slightly flared belled sleeves, small white buttons along the length of the front of the dress, and the unmistakable double-layered white collar with the scalloped edges. After discussing everything with my mother and grandmother, We all believe that on that night, my great-grandmother, Gabriella, stopped me from taking the trash outside to protect me from someone outside. It's the only thing I can think of, especially considering the constant crime and questionable people that were always present outside my front door, so close to me. I truly believe that if I'd taken the trash out that night, I may have seen something that I shouldn't have, a drug deal in progress, or been assaulted by one of the neighbor's customers that would threaten and sexually harass me. Luckily for us, after the drug raid, the neighbor's house was foreclosed. A developer bought the house and tore it down to build a new one. The neighborhood has done a 180 and been cleaned up. Our property has increased in value tenfold since this happened 4 years ago. It's a genuinely safe neighborhood now. But after that experience, I will never walk out of my front door by myself in the middle of the night again, even if it means waking up to a stinky kitchen. I probably won't respond after this story. It was a really dark period in my life, and I'm sure I won't come off as the hero by any means. But I've learned my lessons and made right by God for my sins. This happened a good couple of decades ago. When I was in my 20s, I was a hellraiser, and also heavily addicted to meth. I don't hold on to a lot of memories from this period in my life, but this one, well, let's just say it's left a scar. It also may have saved my life. So I was addicted to meth, but my girlfriend, she was too. We enabled each other out of community college with our addiction. She said that her and her friends were going to do it to study all night during finals week. But after finals week, we just didn't stop. 1,000 unfinished, poorly planned projects were tossed out of my dorm room the day they found us smoking in the stairwell. I couldn't go home. That meant breaking up with her and my other new love. Not to mention, I wasn't ready to tell my family that my girlfriend and I got kicked out of college for smoking ice together. So, she and I began living in my minivan off campus. We'd still sneak into the gym to shower, but most of our time was consumed by getting money for the drug, getting the drug, doing the drug, and repeat. I somehow kept my job at the printing shop throughout all of this, but even that money started to run out just as fast as the meth. Not in the right state of mind, she and I came up with a plan to rob someone at the bus terminals. They're deserted and a good 100 yards away from any building or window for prying eyes. It didn't take us long to catch a single rider getting off the bus alone at night. It was close to 1 a.m. We checked the bus schedule and waited for the last couple of buses to make their rounds through. Finally, on the second-to-last bus scheduled to roll through, an older man steps off the bus. We wait. He's the only one. Doors shut. Bus pulls off. My heart starts racing, and I hear my girl hop up. She's already on her way to the man before I can give my next action a second thought. She runs to approach the man, slowing down her pace as she nears him, catching his attention with a pretty face and a naive question about bus times. The man happily stops and turns to answer her inquiry. But before he's able to pull his hands from his coat pockets to check his watch, I'm supposed to come up from behind and knock him out. I do. The first swing doesn't take him down. The second one does. We empty his pockets and make a dash back to the van. Parked miles away, it's our first chance to actually see the loot we've collected. $20, a bus pass, and some receipts. The 20 got us what we needed for the night. It was the easiest money I've ever made. We hatched a plan to hit another bus stop the next night. This time we were going to try to kidnap the person, not to hurt him, but thinking that we'd take him to an ATM and make them clean it out. I kept a hairbrush in my pocket to resemble a gun, along with a fabric sack to pull over a person's head. The sun sets and we're in another empty bus terminal, waiting for the next lick. Sure enough, as the light poles begin to turn on, a bus rolls in and drops off a single passenger. Again, my girl jumps up from our hidden position before we even establish that this is the guy we're gonna get. No turning back now. It's game time. She starts jogging up to him. I duck out of view and start to make my way around unseen, so I'll be facing his back when he turns. I watch as my girl catches up to him to say her lines. I'm watching her while slowly approaching from behind. Her face isn't smiling. She looks almost scared. But I don't really process her expression before I'm already picking up my pace and volume of steps. But as if he knew I was coming, the man turned around to face me. I notice his eyes immediately. His eyes are black, pure black. No pupils, no whites around, just black. It startled me enough to throw me off my game. My usual confident aggression became a tailspin of stammers. With the fake gun still in my pocket, I managed to mumble out, "Give me your money." But he just stares at me. The momentary pause of silence gives me another chance to say it with my chest, and I said, "Did you hear me? Empty your pockets." But again, this guy just stares at me, and then he smiles. Creepiest, most arrogant smile I've ever seen. His arrogance sends me into a rage, and I use my free hand to grab him by his collar. But when I do, it feels like he's somehow got me by the throat. But I can see his arms. They're down at his side. He doesn't even touch my girl, yet I see her hit the ground. Both of these events, the choking sensation, my girl falling, I'm so confused. Moreover, why couldn't I fully grip this guy's neck? Why was I getting weaker? And just as I had that thought, everything went black. The next time I see light, I can tell that time has passed, but I have no idea how much. This was before cell phones, so it wasn't just as easy as looking at my phone. But the other thing I notice is that I can't move my hands. They're tied. Not only that, but I'm tied to something. A large pillar supporting the top cover of the bus terminal. I don't see my girl, not immediately, but I can hear her.
Oh my god, what the f***, Ian?
Then she starts to cry. I go to work on whatever has me tied up, asking her if she's tied too. I realize the ties aren't even that tight, so they're off quick. I move around the pillar to help my girl, and that's when I see her face. And when I do, I immediately start to feel around my face. Her face is riddled with words like junkie and human garbage. But worst of all, she's got a capital L literally carved into her forehead. And from the feel of it, I've got one too. When she sees me, she immediately bursts into tears, begging me to untie her, pleading that I tell her if her face looks like mine. Once untied, she goes over to the plexiglass cover over the benches at the bus stop. And by the shrill that she lets out, it's apparent she caught her reflection. By this point, neither of us are high. We're majorly jonesing, but everything is missing. We've already had no drugs, but now everything we had was gone. No keys, no wallets, nothing. My girl is majorly freaking out, and she decides to pick up her pace and is well ahead of me as we make our way back to the van. As we make our way back to the van, I'm going through my pockets, and that's when I find that the guy did leave something behind. A note. I stop my girl and I ask her to check her pockets. She does, and we each have one. We each had one in our back right pocket. He starts the notes out with our full names, followed by, "You're still breathing. You're lucky. I know exactly who you are. I'll be watching. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The moment we finish reading our notes, I look over and my girl just gives me this horrified look. Then it clicks. She's looking just beyond me, behind me. I quickly turn around to see what the fuck is going on, and there's no one there. She keeps pointing and looking horrified. Then she screams. Just a pure panicked scream. And then she just takes off. Books it in the direction of town. I don't even entertain chasing her. I'm so confused. And I watch as she disappears from sight. So, I'm alone. It seems about dawn, and I'm desperate to get to my car. So I keep walking. I don't know what the fuck my girl's gonna do, going out in public with her face looking like that. I was sure she was gonna be arrested. Well, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I made my way back to my van. When I finally get there, I'm shocked. I see my keys sitting on top of it. No sign of my wallet, but 1 for 2 isn't bad. Getting into the car, I realize the horror that is my face. Scribbles, scratches, the L. It's a shit show. And my mom, she's going to cry, no doubt. Even though I wasn't living with my parents at the time, my ID still had their address. Major paranoia kicked in, and I decided to make a drive to their house, afraid for the worst. Did this guy kill my family? Or do something to my home? He had not. Everyone was fine. Only thing that they were afraid of was my face. And yes, my mom cried. I had to plead with my parents not to call the cops. Call it leftover paranoia or the genuine concern that I would go to jail for trying to rob someone. Not to mention the guy we actually did rob. I was sure that he had filed some sort of report. They didn't end up calling the police, but that was the last time I manipulated my parents into doing anything to save my ass. To be honest, it was all a pretty fucked up situation. I mean, I know I was doing people wrong, absolutely, but I guess that's what I mean. Like, this guy could have killed us, right? Sure, he slightly disfigured us, but why did he stop there? Was he interrupted? So many questions. It was almost easier just to focus on my sobriety. My dad, he didn't talk to me for weeks, and that was rough. When he did talk to me, he had a pretty valid and unsettling question. How did this guy know where to put my keys? I hadn't thought about that at all, which I blamed on drugs. I was just happy that something had worked out, you know? But yeah, how did he know? I parked so far away from the terminal, and he hadn't seen us before he'd gotten off the bus. Like, that wasn't even possible. What I keep going over, can't let go of, is what the hell was wrong with that dude's eyes. And also, how he managed to choke me without even putting his hands on me. My parents chalked it up to I was high, and he probably didn't have those eyes, and he likely was touching me. But I'm telling you, no way. Even in my highest of highs, when I'm sober, I can differentiate things. And this one, that's definitely how it happened. Oh, and yes, I still have the scar. It's faint, thanks to a lot of TLC. Better for worse, I'm a hat guy. I never physically saw my girl again, but I know she didn't learn her lesson, at least not quickly. A mutual friend told me that she went off the deep end. 2 years after this whole thing, she'd been locked up for attempted robbery and assault. Tattooed her whole face, told people that she was the son of Satan. Not the daughter, but the son. Yeah, meth. It's a hell of a drug. No idea what happened after that. I remember trying to look her up once Facebook was a thing for me. No such luck. Given my colorful past, I don't keep up with a lot of people from my hometown. I've been sober more than 20 years, but other than telling this story, there's no going back there for me. I've traveled alone through the U.S. many times, This has given me many opportunities to live through some absolutely bizarre situations. I've had 2 different encounters where I thought I was about to enter the nightmare of my life. The first, I was camping near Tsuke, about an hour from Santa Fe, on a weeknight. It was cold, and I was supposed to leave early in the morning for Texas, and it was forecasted to snow. Being the young genius that I was, I slept in my Jeep to negate all of this. Middle of the night, an SUV quite literally skids to a stop across the gravel into my campground. This wakes me up, and I'm obviously on edge. This SUV is blasting mariachi music. Incredibly odd, but I figured these people were just drunks or high. The doors open and these people get out, and they start running through the woods, screaming bloody murder. I mean, these people sounded like they're gonna die. I'm at an absolute, utter loss. After maybe a minute or 2, everything gets quiet suddenly, and I don't hear them anymore. Tucked into my sleeping bag, I'm starting to absolutely crap myself. I'm sitting there, cramped up in the back of my Jeep, wishing and praying them away. I don't know how long it was. I didn't dare look at my phone. But eventually, I heard quiet voices around my Jeep. The only thing I really caught was, "Do you think somebody's in there?" As you can imagine, I absolutely lost my cool. I just started screaming and I crawled as fast as I could to the front seat. I turned the lights on, and I start the ignition. As I look up, I see these people scattering away like roaches into the trees and down the mountainside. Ever since, I keep a J-frame revolver in my center console whenever I travel. My state permit is recognized in a lot of places, so it's a nice luxury to have. The second one, this was in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. I was headed to Oklahoma from the East Coast to visit my family for Christmas. I was too cheap to pay for a hotel, so I got off I-40, parked behind a hotel, and slept in my Jeep. Middle of the night, I got woken up by the sound of a small scraping noise. Confused, I open my eyes, and I see a figure outside, attempting to work the zipper on my soft top. Horrified, I simply sat there. It wasn't until he or she managed to stick their hand through the small opening they'd created that I reached out, grabbed the nearest thing to me, which was a Coleman lantern, and I smashed their hand with it. Without waiting to see the result of this, I jumped to the front seat, worked the ignition, and peeled out of that hotel parking lot faster than I think I've ever left anywhere. I didn't stop for gas, red lights, breakfast, anything. I merged straight onto I-40 and continued west for almost 30 miles. Needless to say, that was one of the last times I ever slept in my Jeep. This happened last Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Recently, my company started providing armed security for an old hotel under a new name and management in southern Colorado Springs. I don't know exactly how old this place is, but it's been an active hotel since I was very young. As we started the contract, the standard for the first 2 months was to have 2 security officers working. 1 senior and 1 new. My last shift, I was paired with a real annoying rookie, and this kid was uptight and dumb. For years, it's been known that many deaths, be it suicide, natural, or even a few instances of murder, have occurred at this hotel. My concern was to make sure heavy drug users didn't sneak into the building and squat. The new kid wanted to inspect everything from the littlest noises to anyone walking around after midnight to see if they were guests or not. Well, I think when we got called to the basement, it changed the kid's overly inquisitive nature, or just plain affected him.
Front desk to security.
The hotel radio poorly chimed out. Go for security? I replied, thinking it was just another guest call, complaining about their neighbor or a homeless person in the lobby.
Can you both check out the basement? A motion sensor trip was sent to the front desk switchboard, and I wasn't down there. You'll have to come get the key for the access stairs.
The night auditor said, half awake. Thinking to myself, if we have to get a key to access it, how would someone have gotten down there? As we approached the front desk, the night auditor stated that the switchboard had gone off twice more since she called us, less than 3 minutes earlier. So, curious, I asked how someone could get down there without a key to the stairwell door. Oh, I forgot to mention, the broken elevator, it isn't broken. It just goes from the first floor to the service area of the basement without the maid's key at the moment. She stated this like it was no big deal. Annoyed, I grabbed the key off the counter. I told the rookie to look alive in case someone went down there knowing that bit of information. At the mouth to the basement, behind the doors, we began hearing heavy moans and breathing. It sounded like it could have either been directly behind the door or on the complete other side of the basement. Before we go in, I'm the lead officer. You will not do anything unless I tell you to. Stay on my 6 and follow my lead. Do you understand? I barked at the rookie, to which he did a quick but confident nod. I pushed open the door and announced,
Security. If anyone is in here, announce yourself now.
This is standard for when we enter an area on most of our properties when a suspected trespasser is present. The rookie followed behind me as I proceeded. The safety lights were on. Every other fixture was on, and since there was enough light to see everything clearly, I didn't feel it necessary to turn on the full lights. Toward the complete opposite side of the basement, we began to hear what sounded like someone jingling a large key ring. My first thought was, oh joy, another meth head. As I began moving down the corridor, I heard the sound of the hood of a holster disengage. Pissed, I turned right around to chastise the rookie for drawing his gun, but anger turned into confusion. He was standing there, pale, fixated, eyes forward. Did you hear that? He stammered. I replied, it might just be a machine switching, but remember, follow my lead. Now, thinking that there was someone at the end of the corridor in the main laundry, I unsnapped my taser latch, just in case. As we approached the end of the basement to the other locked stairwell access, we didn't find anything out of the ordinary. No person trying to nest, but as we reached the freight elevator, we found a sign that set the next set of events in motion. The sign read, Security. All elevator access to the basement will be unavailable overnight from the 1st to the 12th. If you need access, get the key from the front desk. I took a picture to show the night auditor, but I got a chill while doing so. As the rookie and I began double-checking every area on the way back to the stairs, we started experiencing minor paranormal occurrences. And they started after the rookie found a few spiritual items. While still in the main laundry toward the far back secondary stairs, the rookie found an unburned bundle of white sage wrapped in white lace, sitting on top of one of the large machines. Not knowing anything about sage, the rookie quickly snatched it off the machine.
Hey, I think I found a weird joint.
I turned to see him holding a bundle of white sage. Hey, dumbass. First, put that down. Second, that's not marijuana. It's cleansing sage. This kid didn't know anything about paranormal phenomena or how to protect against it, so I told him not to pick up anything, especially if it isn't something he's familiar with. After he put it back where he grabbed it from, the first occurrence happened. As he set it down, 20 feet behind him, a shelf filled with clean, folded towels fell completely off the wall. As we documented it for a report, a small snicker came from further up the corridor, but only like a split second of a snicker. We began moving up to the next section where the overstocked furniture and appliances were stored. An overhead pipe that was not leaking when we passed under it earlier was now leaking, like a huge crack just happened. I thought this was odd because I was sure with the amount of water leaking, we would have heard it, regardless of our location in the basement. As I was inspecting the pipe for the point of the leak, the rookie yet again picked up something.
Hey, this isn't Sage 2, is it?
I look and I see him smelling Palo Santo wood, tied with a red ribbon. Dude, I replied, exhausted, as he just drops it. I look down the puddle of water from the leak, and I see a bare footprint within the water. Starting to get freaked out, I stated we needed to get back upstairs. We proceeded to the second to last location. Immediately, I noticed a cross on a wall that I didn't spot earlier, with lavender sage wrapped in purple lace. Take a quick look around and make sure nothing is going on, so we can go, I said, trying not to show that I was getting unnerved. Nothing happened in the section until just before we moved through the double doors, and all the safety lights behind us, back to the laundry, started flickering. Honestly thinking something was going to happen, but not wanting to show that I was starting to freak, I told the rookie to move to the last room. Finally, the last area where we came in from. Luckily, there were only 2 small planning offices in the hub room. The difference between when we entered the basement till now was that the light was on inside the hub room. I told the rookie to watch the hall as I checked the planning offices, which was quick. But when I went to the hub room to check and turn off the light, I looked down at the server monitor for the main cameras. In the hub room, there was the whole hotel camera system on one monitor. Up at the front desk, the cameras only show the exterior, the hallways of the rooms, and the pool areas. So I took a glance at the screen. I noticed the lights were still flickering in the main laundry. A big pause in the lights occurred, and the night vision started to kick on. Slowly, a figure from the laundry became visible on the screen. I realized while intently staring that the figure was standing next to the machine that the white sage was on. A bright flash lit the monitor window as the light came back on. My heart dropped as the room lay empty. The person who was standing in the night vision of the camera was just gone. I looked away to the door frame of the hub room, and I saw a bundle of black sage nailed to the frame, wrapped in black twine. I walked out, closing the door behind me. "We clear?" asked the rookie. Still stunned by what I saw on the camera, I replied, "We're done down here." We enter the stairwell and lock the door. Back in the lobby, the night auditor came over and asked if we found anything. "I'm gonna go out front and smoke. Then I'll show you the issues we found," I said, pulling the pack from my pocket. The auditor, seemingly knowing that I was startled, asks, "You didn't touch the wards, did you?" I looked her in the eye without saying a word. "Oh dear, you did. It's now been roughly a week since I've been there, and I can say I'm not looking forward to going back." So I've decided to share a couple of experiences from when I was living with my grandparents in the 90s. Their house wasn't very big, just a small 2-bedroom rambler, shaped a lot like a mobile home, very rectangular. To get it out of the way, I was living with my grandparents because my parents were not equipped to be parents, basically. 3 years in, my mom would overdose, and my dad would be incarcerated. But before and after that, Grandma and Grandpa's house for me. The first experience was small enough, and no one was around to vouch for me, so I'm on my own with this one. I was in first grade. When it happened, I was in the bathroom, brushing my teeth. At that age, or that height rather, I couldn't quite see the mirror without stepping on this little stool. I went to grab the stool to stand on, and there was like this resistance to it, like it was stuck or someone was pulling on it. I confirmed with my eyeballs. The stool was stuck on nothing. There is nothing. Yet, as I tugged and tugged, it wouldn't budge. And then suddenly, it gave way, sending me backwards into the outside of the tub. Sitting there, shocked, I watched as the stool went from laying on its side to slowly picking itself back up. I ran out of that bathroom so fast, telling my grandma and grandpa what happened. They laughed, not in a mean way, but in a way that was wrapped with words like, "Aw, honey, so sorry that happened to you." Except I wanted to know what exactly had just happened to me. The next incident wouldn't take place for another year, when I was 8. I remember we were moving swiftly. We had a strictly enforced bedtime of 10 p.m. at Grandma and Grandpa's, and we really wanted to watch a movie. At some point, my cousin stopped moving around and I told him to hurry up so we could go watch the movie. But instead of responding, he just points towards the bathroom toilet, which is on the left side of the tub. I turn and I look over. The toilet paper roll, it's moving on its own. Not just unraveling on its own. No, it's unraveling upwards, as though someone is actually pulling on the toilet paper. We both stare at this for probably only a few seconds before we hear the crashing sound of something in the bathtub. We jump and we turn to see that everything has fallen off the shelves, and I mean everything. Just as we hear my grandma in the hallway shouting, "What are you boys doing in there?" The sink turns on, water coming out of the spout at full capacity. As my grandma walks in, she sees what looks like a mess. My cousin and I, we run out. We go towards our grandpa, with our grandma following behind. Once we told them and promised we didn't make the mess, it was still a similar reaction to the first experience. They exchanged looks, they laughed, and reassured us it was the wind, maybe air from the furnace. Well, they didn't see what we saw. After that incident, I never really had any other concrete, strange experiences, not in that house. Though I've never really let go of the feeling that it was definitely haunted. Both of my grandparents are gone now, so there's no way to ask, but part of me feels like maybe they knew all along that their house was haunted, and they just didn't want to scare us kids. When I was 15, 16, I had bad taste in friends. One time, it landed me on the side of the road in an area that I was only recently made aware of. But there's even more to the story than just my shitty friend. My friend, who was a year older than me and my driver for the night, took me out to basically the sticks of the valley to hang out with some guy who probably was way too old to be hanging out with us. I was basically immediately uncomfortable. I spent the next 3 or 4 hours sitting on a couch, watching a shitty TV show, while trying to get a cat to let me pet it, all while my friend sucked face with this dude. Whatever. Definitely not the worst part. The real issue arose when we left this guy's house. My friend was drunk. I was trying to convince her to pull over and let me drive the car, despite me not having a license. But she refused. I'd only realized how wasted she was by the time we'd gotten into the car and she started driving, or trying to anyway. Clearly, she or they had found a way to get wasted without me even noticing. That night, I had a beer, but it had been literally like 4 hours since that beer. I felt logical, responsible, but again, she refused. Only this time, she did so by stopping in the middle of the road and telling me to get the fuck out of her car. Before I could even respond, she was crawling over me, not putting the car in park. As she tried to open my door to physically kick me out, the car was still moving forward. I yell for her to stop. She doesn't. I reach over, throw the car in park, and I pull the emergency brake with my other hand. Screeching happens, but the car stops. She sort of flies into the dashboard a bit, still leaning over me, so clearly not buckled in. But I'm too mad to even ask if she's okay. And I know that she is because she's still yelling for me to get out, calling me every name under the sun, telling me how much of a freak I am, blah, blah. She'd done this once before. The previous time it had been in front of a bunch of people. She was also drunk. This time, though, I was so angry, I removed myself from the car. The road was dark, and though I didn't want to be out there, I couldn't imagine driving with her. Still, even as angry as I was, I pleaded for her to stay with me, to let me pull her car over to the side of the road. And then she looked up at me, quickly got herself up, reaching over and closing the passenger door, locking it quickly, and locking eyes with me. She then reached down for my purse, rolled down her window, and proceeded to chuck my purse into total darkness on the other side of the road. I remember yelling out loud something along the lines of, "What the fuck is your problem?" But she'd already started driving off, peeling out originally because she was still in park. And that was that. Middle of nowhere, by myself. I had to get my bag and find my phone. I was just surrounded by darkness, and the other side of the road, the side I needed to be on to get my phone, my bag, it only offered more darkness and less of a shoulder. While I debated crossing the street, I heard something behind me in the woods. So without hesitating, I crossed the street. I ran. By the time I made it across, I realized that I was basically in or on the road. It's pitch black, and from what I could tell, it's a blind corner. Then, before I even got a chance to feel or look around for my bag, I swore I saw headlights. I wasn't sure what to do. Make a run for it across the street. If it was my friend, I was absolutely taking a risk of being hit. Could I get any more off of the road if I just stayed on this side? Disoriented a bit, I tried to breathe. As I did, I focused on what I originally thought had been headlights, headed my way. Only it wasn't headlights. To be fair, I'm still not sure what the hell it was, but I'll describe what I saw and tell you what I think it was. Pressed against bushes, but not wanting to walk too far into them, I stood there staring. I watched as this misshapen ball of white light floated around the blind corner and towards where I was standing. It never got right in front of my face, but I was baffled at how it produced so much light. I'd never seen something like this in my life, I'd never seen something like it since either. This was the year 2002, so the thought of a drone, it just wouldn't even exist. Plus, the light. It was powerful. I have no idea how. Powerful, yet it seemed like it didn't want to harm me at all. It was just sort of there. And though I'd never really seen a ghost before, I was pretty sure that what I was seeing and feeling was a spirit of some kind. I used the emanating light to find my bag. Luckily, it hadn't made it far at all, thanks to my friend's weak, drunk arms. I looked back at the light. It was still hovering around me, and I just felt like I needed to say something to them. So I did. Thank you. It just stayed there. So again, I used the light to make my way to the other side of the road, safely to the one with the shoulder. Back in the day, our cell phone carrier was Singular. For those of you who remember, it was a shitty AT&T spin-off that became AT&T. Twice. Moral of the story, it was very bad cell service. I was shocked to see that I had service, knowing that my friend and I didn't have service in this exact area just earlier. It felt like a miracle. I called my mom without hesitation, and the moment she answered, the light sort of started to drift away, getting smaller, so I could only assume further away. But it didn't feel far away. I don't know how that sounds, how any of it sounds, but it's how it felt. My mom was pretty furious. Naturally, earlier in the evening I'd lied to her about where I was going, so she was not expecting me to be in the middle of nowhere. And apparently, she'd been trying to call me because she'd woken up from a nightmare. What was her nightmare? It was that I had been killed in a car accident. If you're wondering, no, my friend, not so friend, didn't get into a car accident either. Like most things in life, she walked out of that situation seeming to not really give much of a fuck. For the record, that was the last time I hung out with her. As for the light, no idea, but I'm gonna stick with some sort of guardian angel or something. Like my aunt who died suddenly when I was 14. She was like my favorite person ever, and I was kinda hers. And as strange as it sounds, there was something about the light that just felt familiar. So, I like to think it was her. For the last week and a half, I've been noticing little things happening, but now it's starting to get to me. It started with watching videos or TV. I will be watching, no buffering or high Wi-Fi points, etc. And then whatever has been said on whatever I'm watching will repeat itself with no issue, and then carry on. For example, I was watching a video, and the girl in the video said, "I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it." She took a breath and then said the exact same thing again, word for word, exactly as she just did. When this first happened, I thought nothing of it, but then it started happening on my phone too. I started rewinding videos and restarting movies to see if it was uploaded that way accidentally, but they were all normal. I tried to brush it off, but a couple of days ago it started happening while talking to people. I will be talking to someone, and then they will repeat what they said, exactly the same as if they didn't just say it. At first, I could try to logic my way out of this weird occurrence happening while watching YouTube or Netflix, but now I don't know how to logic my way out of people speaking to me face to face. When I ask them why they said it again, they're adamant that they didn't. I've asked the people I live with if they're experiencing this, but no one has. I started mouthing the end of sentences when it happens, and they look at me as if I'm batshit crazy. But to me, they literally just said, and did the exact same thing only moments ago. No idea what's going on. Only moments ago. No idea what's going on. I have had many paranormal experiences. I was a very sensitive child and teen. It wasn't abnormal for me to see things, be visited in dreams, and have intuitive experiences. When I was probably 9 or so, I was staying at my aunt's house. It's an old farmhouse in the middle of rural Minnesota. I was trying to sleep when I looked in the doorway, and I saw a figure standing in it. It appeared to be the shape of a person, but it was darker than the darkness around it, which is pretty dark because out in the country, there was no light. It stood as tall as the doorway and appeared to have a hat on. I remember feeling that whatever it was staring at me. I stared back in disbelief for a bit, and then I threw my head under the covers as I kept saying to myself, "I'm too young to die. I'm too young to die." Sounds dramatic, but I was so freaked out. I peeked my head back out, but it was still there, staring at me. I finally stood up, closed my eyes, and put my hand stretched out in front of me and ran through the doorway. I ran downstairs to my aunt and uncle's room and told them what I saw, and I asked to sleep on the couch. The next morning at breakfast, I talked about what I saw, and my aunt made fun of me. They're deeply religious, so anything that sounds like ghosts, they wanted nothing to do with or to believe in. My cousins just sat there and didn't say a word. I never saw the figure again, although I have seen other shadow people. It was never while in sleep paralysis, though. I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis once in my life and actually had a really cool experience, not negative. But whenever I look up information about the Shadow Man, it's always people who are in sleep paralysis. Also, from what I've heard, there is someone called the Shadow Man or Hat Man who wears a hat, and it's said to be a bad omen if you see it. I don't recall anything bad happening around the age of 9, though. Is there anyone else who can relate to me and say that they saw a shadow person with no paralysis? Or the Hat Man? What was your experience? What does this mean? One hot summer day near Northern California, a friend and I were driving to a party that was happening about 2.5 hours away from where we lived. We knew the party host, so we were heading there early afternoon to hang out, help set up. We were just cruising down the highway with the AC pumping, as it was over 100 degrees that day. As I leaned forward and broke my highway-induced trance to turn on the radio, I happened to look up and notice that we had caught up to a couple of motorcycles. A guy was riding his own bike, and a woman with her own as well, cruising a little ways behind him. My friend was from New York and super used to bumper-to-bumper traffic, so when I noticed that he was driving a little too close to the bikes, I spoke up and warned him to give motorcycles extra space because you just never know. Rolling his eyes, he did back off. As I continued to absent-mindedly watch the two motorcyclists, I suddenly took notice of the woman's bike directly in front of us. I had started to see what looked like the faintest hint of smoke coming from her rear wheel. As I leaned forward and looked closer, the smoke began to get thicker and more obvious. Then, all of a sudden, her back tire began to wobble. At first, a little, Then the wheel really started to wobble bad. The events that were to follow took place in only a few seconds, but those few seconds seemed to just stretch on and on. I watched helplessly as her rear wheel began to wobble out of control. The smoking and wobbling rear wheel caused her to start losing control of the heavy bike. Then the rear wheel just locked up. That caused the front of the bike to swerve out of control. Her front wheel then jerked to the left, causing her to completely lose her balance on the bike. Because she was riding at about 60 miles an hour, the loss of control completely threw her off her bike. I watched in horror as her bike went sideways in the lane and tipped over, going right out underneath her legs. As the powerful, still speeding motorcycle turned and fell out from beneath her legs, she clung onto the handlebars until she was almost doing a handstand on the bike. Her stick-straight arms started to twist opposite of her lower body. That twisting motion finally forced her to release the handlebars. I remember watching the giant bike fall, the glint from the sun on the bike's chrome, blinding me for a split second. As my vision faded back in, though, I watched the woman do a backflip and twist mid-air. Then she hit the hot blacktop head first and did another final spin before her limp and unconscious body toppled over onto the blacktop. Thankfully, she had a full-faced helmet on, but no leathers. The woman was only wearing a tank top and jeans, probably due to the heat that day. I knew that when she woke up, she was going to be in serious pain from that road burn alone. We stopped immediately to help. It was then that I remembered there had been a man riding in front of her, but slightly ahead of her, so he must not have realized right away what had happened over his loud bike. Of course, we and some other people who had stopped called 911 right away. A few seconds later, her riding buddy came back for her. He hastily parked his bike, then ran over to her in a panic. A couple bystanders shouted for him to not touch her or move her. I spoke up right then and agreed, telling him that she could very well have a severe head or spinal injury. She came to just before emergency personnel arrived. She started to scream in pure agony and pain, while I tried to gently and matter-of-factly tell her not to move at all. I told her she had been in an accident and that she was unconscious for over 2 minutes, and the help would be there in a second. Help arrived less than 3 minutes after the woman regained consciousness. My friend and I left after that. We didn't speak of it to anyone at the party, and I haven't really talked about it until now. But the moral of the story, for me at least, was that you should always trust your gut instincts. If I hadn't mentioned to my friend to back off, not even 2 minutes before that happened, let's just say, who knows how bad that situation could have turned out. So I go to the grocery store around 6-ish to pick up food for the week. I use the self-checkout and I'm walking straight towards the automatic doors to leave, and a couple walks in. The girl catches my eye because she has a very detailed tattoo of a dragon on her thigh. I admire the tattoo for a second just as she slightly stumbles onto the floor mat, which causes her glasses to fall off her face and onto the floor. She bends down to pick them up and proceeds past me. I get home, cook my meals, which takes an hour or so. I go into my bathroom and my cat has knocked over my toothbrush, which is now being chewed by my dog. I have no extras, so I hop back in the car and go back to the grocery store for a toothbrush. It's around 8-ish. I grab the toothbrush, but this time I have to go to the regular register because self-checkout is closed. My route to the doors is different this time. I have to walk down an aisle in front of the registers, and the doors are to my right. Just as I'm getting to the door, the same exact couple walks in. The dragon tattoo is a dead giveaway. The girl then stumbles on the floor mat, drops her glasses, and then kneels down to pick them up. No expression, nothing. I literally made a what the fuck face and felt so confused. I got back in the car and just thought of the sheer amount of coincidences that just happened. I see this couple once. The girl drop her glasses and pick them up. My dog just so happens to chew my toothbrush, causing me to come back to the grocery store hours later. Somehow this couple not only needed to come back to the store, but do so at the exact same time as where we meet in the exact same place and manner. I just now have a different point of view. Then the cherry on top, the girl stumbles and drops her glasses again. Shit was weird. One night, when I was maybe 10 or 12, I had trouble falling asleep. My bedroom was the entire top floor of our house, and my bed and such being on the left side, storage closets and a play area being on the right. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise from the other side of the room, and I see a rocking horse begin to rock. It was sitting just outside of one of the storage closet doors. It proceeded to rock its way halfway across the room and stopped dead under the ceiling light. At this point, I was freaking out and just buried my head under my blankets. I never peeked out again until morning. It was all confirmed to not be a dream, as the rocking horse was sitting in the middle of my room when I woke up. Furthermore, I got a stern reprimand from my parents for being up out of bed and playing with toys well past my bedtime. Their bedroom was directly below the storage closet play area. They had heard the creaking of the rocking horse shuffling across the room. So this happened a few years back, my freshman year of college. Let me preface, I've always been a sleep talker since I was a kid, and I was a sleepwalker, but I grew out of that. My mom and sister have plenty of stories of me doing weird shit while I sleep, from walking around the house doing weird things to having absurd conversations with them. Now, this isn't terribly unusual, and they obviously got to a point where they would just assume, but they insist they could never tell that I was asleep because my eyes were open and I looked awake. But I would never have any recollection of anything, just that I went to bed and woke up the next morning. Now for the wild story. I was decently close to my freshman year roommate, and he never minded my sleep talking because he always had a good laugh listening to whatever crazy stuff I was dreaming about. He had had conversations with me in my sleep, so he knew this was a thing that could happen. Me actually being able to respond to what he was saying and such, and me not remembering. One night, apparently, I woke up and asked if he could get me a hamburger, telling him I wanted one real bad. He answered that everywhere that we would go would be closed, that we could get one tomorrow. I insisted that I wanted one now, and this was a good 2-minute back and forth before I laid back down. One small twist. This conversation was in complete and fluent Spanish. I've never taken Spanish, And I could not tell you to this day even what the word for hamburger is. My roommate took Spanish all through high school, though, and swears I was 100% fluent through the whole thing. The next morning I woke up and he said, "Dude, I didn't know you spoke Spanish." I, obviously very confused, insisted I didn't know what he was talking about. He then asked if I knew the word for hamburger in Spanish, and I had absolutely no idea. We were both pretty rattled and still to this day have no idea how to explain this. His girlfriend at the time was on FaceTime with him and heard the conversation, so I know he was awake and didn't just dream it. I woke up last night and saw my dog waiting outside the door to be let in. But my dog was laying right next to me. Last night, I was sleeping on the couch because of an ant problem in my room. My dog is very clingy, so he never left my side that night. I woke up around 4 or 5 a.m. while it was still dark, and I saw my dog outside, sitting, peering at me through the glass door. I looked down. My dog is still laying by my side. No, I was not half asleep. I was fully awake. It was like a mirror reflection of what my dog looks like. It wasn't a fleeting image, corner of your eye type deal. It was there for a few minutes. At the same time, I hear what sounds like my mother, moving stuff around in other rooms. I called out to her, but no answer. She later tells me she was not awake. For some background info, I'm always watching horror movies, paranormal investigations. Doors are constantly being opened. I also cleanse my house very frequently, but I hadn't for a few weeks. I went back to sleep because this certainly wasn't my first or worst rodeo with the paranormal. But I was curious if anyone might know what exactly kind of entity that may have been, or if you've heard of anything similar. Just thought this might be interesting. My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the third on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4, Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement, mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6, final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered, you name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So my friend and I went exploring in his backyard because he has a crap ton of land and it's all deep in thick woods. We've been back there before, so we knew this place like the back of our hands. We wanted to find this creek that we'd only managed to find one other time, and so we went out looking for it. As we were walking, we felt like something was off. We didn't hear anything. No birds, bugs, deer, anything. And it's weird because this place is normally filled with those kinds of sounds. We found out why it was so quiet pretty quick. As we were walking, that's when we smelt something. It was horrible. I don't know how to explain it, but it smelled like rotting something. We turned around some bushes and we found out what was causing that smell. It was what we think was a deer. We couldn't tell for sure because it was all over the place. On the trees, the ground, everywhere. Whatever did this, it definitely wasn't for food. This should have been our sign to turn back, but, we were dumb kids and were bored. It's at this point that things started to go bad. We made it to the creek and again, didn't even hear frogs or anything like that. We hung out at the creek for an hour or so, and then started to head back because it was getting dark. As per usual with these things, we got lost and were running in circles. My friend and I got into it. We were pretty pissed at each other. My friend kept talking about how hungry he was. I didn't like the way he was looking at me. I swear I heard him say something about eating me, but he doesn't remember anything from this encounter. At this point, it was getting really dark. Like when the sun is set, but you can still kind of see. That's how it was. We were walking, and we made it to a cliff kind of thing. It was maybe a 10-foot drop, but we could see the tree line. As we were looking, we heard this loud-ass roar, and the trees looked like they were being pushed out of the way. We turned, and we started hauling ass back. We didn't know exactly where we were going. We just picked a direction and ran. As we were running, we heard the thing stop, and we thought we were safe. We went back to walking, but kept a quick pace. We heard a branch creak, and we looked up, and there it was. White, glowing eyes, antlers, about 4 feet long. It smelt like that deer we'd found before. It was hunched over on a branch. It didn't do anything, just stared at us, then roared again, and jumped off the tree and left. I think it was giving us a warning. We found our way back, and that was that. So, yeah. I sometimes repeat a day. I always tell myself it's just a dream or deja vu. I first experienced it when I was 18. It was 2016 and I was in college. I woke up that day expecting it to be Wednesday. I went to my small pantry to look for breakfast, and I saw the cup of noodle I ate the day before, and I thought that I'd just forgot buying another one. I drank coffee, and I saw my wallet and thought I had extra cash. I might go buy a muffin at the bakery. Then I went and rode the bus. And weirdly, it was the same bus I rode yesterday. I knew the driver, and he greeted me. I nodded at him and said, "Good morning." That was around the time it felt weird. I entered our classroom and got confused when our professor on modern physics was sitting in the front, waiting for us. It was 5 or 10 minutes before her class, and she's always early. She was my favorite professor. I asked my classmate, "What's Mrs. M doing here? Shouldn't Mr. T be our first period?" And my classmate told me that Mr. T's period is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was Tuesday today. Chills ran through my spine, but I laughed and told him, "Stop kidding around." Then he showed me his phone, and the date was the date of yesterday. I was speechless as he laughed at me. I guess I told myself this day was a deja vu. I went on with my day, saw the people I saw yesterday, talked to the same people, did the activities we did. I got higher scores since I knew most of the answers. I went to my girlfriend's school. We went and ate dinner. I walked her home, kissed her goodbye, and went back to my boarding house. All of the things I did yesterday. I even searched through my study table to look for my notes in calculus that I wrote after I went home, but it wasn't there. It's happened to me 3 or 4 times now, and I'm a physics major grad. I'm reading a lot about altering time and space patterns, but the nearest thing I can conclude is that it was just a dream that I happened to live again in real life. I'm a full-time firefighter, paramedic. Been on the job for 17 plus years. I've never experienced anything like this before, or since. I want to start by saying I'm a rational adult. I believe in scientific, rational explanations for things. But for this, I got nothing. A few years back, we responded to a call around 3 or 4 a.m. for an elderly man with chest pain. On scene, we found a 96-year-old man complaining of crushing substernal chest pain. It had started around 9 p.m. Tough old guy said, "I figured, hell, I'll sleep it off." Of course, it got progressively worse throughout the night, so his wife got sick of him complaining and made him call 911. Layout of the house was typical for a single-story ranch. Front door into living room. Hallway to the right leads to the bedroom that we were in with the patient. To the left leads to the kitchen, dining room, with a door attached to the garage. I was in the bedroom with another medic. Our third guy was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the patient's info into the computer for the run report. As we started treating the man, he went into cardiac arrest and we immediately began CPR. While heading back out to the truck to get supplies, I yelled to our other medic in the kitchen to get into the bedroom and help out. We shocked the man. To everyone's surprise, we immediately got our rhythm back. As we were loading the patient for transport, I asked the wife, who was also a century old in her nightgown, if she wanted to ride with us to the hospital so she could be with her husband. She was obviously in shock from everything going on and seemed hesitant to leave the house not dressed, but we needed to move with purpose. We asked if their children lived close by, if she could get a ride, as we needed to transport right now. She said, "No, our daughter lives in another state." Suddenly, our third guy, the one getting the patient's info in the kitchen, says, "Well, can your son drive you?" To which she responds, "We only have a daughter." This confused my partner, but there was no time for further discussion, and we brought the man to the ER. Believe it or not, he survived after coding a total of 11 times. After the call, myself and the other medic looked at our partner and asked what was all that about at the house regarding him referring to their son. He told me right before I went to get him from the kitchen, a middle-aged man walked right by him. He said that he looked just like the old man, but he had dark brown hair, and he thought it must have been their son. He was also wearing white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. Seemed half asleep when he walked by. He figured that he came out of his bedroom, that all the commotion had woke him up or something. He says the man didn't acknowledge him. He yawned and sort of bumped into the kitchen cabinet before opening the door to the garage and going out into it. He never turned the light on, simply turned back around, closed the door, and walked past him, and turned the corner to the hallway. Apparently, that was when I came around the corner to yell at him to get in there and help. Our partner said, "You had to have practically bumped right into him in the hall." There was nobody else in that house. I saw no one. It was just the elderly couple that lived there. Here's the part that bothers me the most. The old man, our patient, he was wearing the white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. So, what the f*** did our partner see? Was it our patient's ghost, spirit, or whatever? Too freaking weird to wrap my brain around. None of us could ever explain it. And our partner still doesn't like to talk about it, even years later. My wife is a sensitive. She's not a medium, but she's super in tune with the energy around her. Her brother is also a sensitive. And then there's me, a skeptic who just didn't really believe. Well then, the first time I met my brother-in-law was when he was out of prison and he came to stay with us. When he was in the penitentiary, he started to dabble in some dark stuff. As I said, I was a skeptic, so I didn't pay him any mind. Well, apparently, when he moved in, he opened some kind of portal. My wife started noticing strange activity around the house, but I just kept brushing it off. Then one day, my 3-year-old daughter started talking to me about a dead bandit standing at the end of her bed. Once again, I brushed it off, until a few days later, as my wife and I were folding laundry, something caught my eye. It was a sock, just hovering out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to see if what I was seeing was right, the sock just fell. My wife and I were the only ones home. About a week or so passes, and my wife and I are outside smoking at night, while our son is staring off into the dark and asking us if his friend can come in. He says he needs permission to come in. Those were his words, exactly. I said no. My wife started praying out loud and then called my in-laws, who were both preachers from the Deep South, asking them to come over to bless the house, to seal the doorways. That night, my brother-in-law vomited up this crazy-looking stuff. It wouldn't come up out of the carpet. He ended up moving out a month later, but that spot on the carpet, it never really dried up, and it wouldn't come up. Anyway, after this and many more experiences that happened, you could say I'm not a skeptic anymore. When I was 11, my family moved to a very rural area of Minnesota in 1999 after living in a city in Wisconsin. We were surrounded by cornfields, and it was about 45 minutes to any larger town or city. I just want to set the scene a little, because as a kid who was used to the city, it definitely added to the creepy factor at night. What made it even worse at night for me was that a lot of times I was left alone. My mom was a night shift nurse, and my dad was a truck driver. I'd leave the TV on, playing Nick at Night, so I could fool myself into thinking my mom was in the living room watching shows. I'd also sleep in their room because it brought me comfort and was closer to the TV. Some may disapprove of this, but at the time, there wasn't much to do about it. My parents needed to make money, and this was what they chose to do. Anyway, it was like this often, but one weekend my dad was home, which didn't happen often. So this meant I was in my room, which was right near the front door, and my dad was in their bedroom, toward the back of the house. We had a Springer Spaniel who was my best friend, and who slept with me often. One night that weekend, I woke up to him not at my side. I could hear what sounded like a dog, my dog, growling and whimpering. I got up, walked to the kitchen, right outside my room, and looked toward the front door. In the entryway, I saw the head of a man bent down near my dog, and I said, "Hello?" Not sure what the hell I was thinking as a young girl. I should have ran to my dad, but I was worried about my dog, I guess. He stood up, looking startled. I don't remember what he looked like very well, but he was probably in his 40s or 50s, short, and looked a little disheveled. He asked me, where a nearby town was, and I told him I didn't know, but I could go get my dad. The man had taken a few steps forward. My dog growled. He then said that he would figure it out and walked out the door. I ran to get my dad. Needless to say, my dad was really upset I didn't come get him right away. The man never came back that I know of. I don't know if he knew I was usually home alone somehow, and that's why he tried to come in. Or if maybe he was drunk and entered the wrong house, thinking it was his. It was definitely pure luck that this strange guy tried to get into my house on a weekend my dad was home. I know for sure that my dog may have saved me from something awful happening. I still wonder what he was bent down trying to do to my dog to make him whimper like that. I also wonder what would have happened had I not heard my dog. Anyway, that's the story. It was definitely creepy for me. So, this is a personal one for me. I have Ring cameras in my house. At the time, I was in my old house. It was basically a doggy camera to make sure my dogs were okay while I was at work. I'd always catch paranormal stuff on it. At one point, it happened so often, it wasn't exciting. Fast forward to one night. I'm asleep. My dog, Chihuahua, is sleeping on top of the blankets. In this video, there's a voice that is identical to my mom's voice, who passed away a year prior to this happening. It's her voice saying my dog's name, and as it said, my dog's head shoots up and she stretches. The voice even says the nickname of my puppy in the exact same way that my mom did. So I first was extremely happy and enlightened almost. I didn't have any fear because it's my mom, right? Shortly after this, my mom's urn went flying across the table and onto the floor while my boyfriend and I were watching a movie. This scared me to no end. I lost my breath halfway up the stairs, and I collapsed, hysterically crying. My mom wouldn't do this to me. So I'm wondering if that voice was something trying to get me to interact with it, because I'm irritable and sensitive to things like that. I just want some opinions. Also, please don't ask for the video. I won't be posting it. It's extremely personal to me. I don't feel like it's something that needs to be heard or seen by thousands of people, as I love and miss my mom dearly. My grandfather told me this story about how one time he was sitting in a chair in front of the house when he heard his wife repeatedly calling for him from inside the house. The thing is, my grandmother had passed away a few years before that. But he told me that the voice was so pressing that he got up to go look inside the house. And as soon as he got inside, he heard a loud crash behind him. He turned around to see that the chair he'd been sitting on moments ago had been crushed by a cast iron gutter that fell on it. If he hadn't come inside the house, he would have probably been seriously injured. I don't know if it's paranormal or not, but every time I think about it, it sends chills down my spine. I don't even know where to begin with this story. It all just seems too surreal for me and my 3 friends. Since this incident happened 4 years ago, no one's really spoken about it. In fact, what happened on the island of Hawaii actually is the one incident that almost broke our friendship. My name is Tom. I'm 25 years old and I love the outdoors. In fact, I love the outdoors so much I started a club in high school called the Outdoor Grizzlies. It was a very small group of us who would set up different hiking trips to go on. We had hiked all the way from the beautiful Sleeping Giant State Park trails of Connecticut to Julia Pfeiffer Burns State Park in California, which has a fantastic 80-foot waterfall. In this group of my fellow friends are my best friend since middle school, Jake, my good friend who I met freshman year of high school, Jennifer, and lastly but not least, Jake's girlfriend since high school, Christine. We were inseparable, and we went on all of our hiking trips together in high school. We held fundraisers with permission from the school. I believe the school saw how much we loved nature so much that we would make a career out of it, so they gladly allowed us to take it a step further, with permission from our parents, of course. We were all in shape for the most part, which is part of the reason why we also loved doing what we did. It freed our minds, gave us clarity, took away our anxiety. Often you hear or have experienced yourself being a teenager riddled with anxiety and depression, walking an uphill of uncertainty. But that wasn't us. We even had a few of our teachers going hiking locally, and they told us how inspired they were, how it helped them with their anxiety and stress as well. After we graduated from high school, things sort of died down with the club. We all kept in touch, but as what happens to most people after high school, life. The only one I really kept in touch with was my best friend Jake. He was still with Christine, but her and I barely spoke because hiking just wasn't in our blood anymore. Jennifer did her own thing and was seeing this college jock named Robert. So we, with the exception of Jake, just drifted. A few years had passed, and one evening in May, I decided it was nice enough to throw a bonfire. Just a few friends. Christine didn't really want to hang around just people she didn't know, so she brought up the idea to invite Jennifer. And through the powers of social media, I made it happen, and Jennifer was actually very happy. She talked about how life had gotten in the way, and that her and Robert had broken up, so the bonfire was just what she needed, so she could play catch-up with all of us, like old times. She told me her number was still the same, and I called her to confirm. And that went easier than I thought. Suddenly, I was filled with happiness and excitement, just like old times, the laughter, the jokes. This was something I wish I'd done sooner. We had the bonfire. It went off without a hitch. It was approximately 1:30 a.m. It was just us after everyone else left. Myself, Jake, Jennifer, and Christine. It was perfect. The cool breeze embraced my neck. The fire kissed my nose, leaving me with goosebumps. Jake mentioned how peaceful and nostalgic this was as he downed the tail end of his beer. The energy around our group was just nice. Jennifer mentioned how I once slipped on the wet rock trying to run away from an unusual bug, which was named the Bug Incident. We all laughed, and Jake said, if only we could relive those days and go back. Christine looked at Jennifer and said, what if we can relive those days, but we don't have to go back to relive them? Christine jolted up from her relaxed state. They both gave each other this look like they telepathically knew what they were talking about, and they both squealed. Jake and I smirked because we knew what was coming next. And And without boring you with more details than I already have, basically we planned a trip. We picked a place exotic, different. We all voted on Hawaii. We always wanted to go there, but could never raise that much money to go, given that it was so expensive for a bunch of high schoolers at the time. So we formed a plan. Jake's aunt was a flight attendant. I had a rainy day fund with a generous amount of money. Jennifer saved money for a trip that she was going to take on her own, and Christine had a decent YouTube following for makeup, so she was sure she could crowdfund. After 3 weeks, we combined our finances and were able to afford the trip. We were going to stay around the Honolulu area because there was a very well-known hiking place there with beautiful waterfalls. When we arrived at our destination, boy, were we excited. We decided that we would be tourists for the first 3 days. And the last 3 days, we'd spend hiking around the area. We'd use the 7th day for getting ready to leave. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to camp out in the area. When the time came, we felt like we were ready. We had all done it before, camping while hiking, and were very well versed in general in both. So we had experience, and we felt like we could take this on. We made our way deeper and deeper into the forest. We saw people along the way, a couple of tourists that we spoke to, a few friendly locals, and then we began to notice how much more isolated it became. Christine had said that we seemed far away, that we didn't have any signal on our phones anymore. She bought a compass and a map, so she said we should just find a place around the area we were in. We all agreed. We found a beautiful place. It was like it was waiting for us. It was on a cliffside, looking over almost the entire island. We didn't realize how far up we'd hiked, but it was relatively safe. There was a fence made of bamboo, so you really couldn't fall unless you purposely threw yourself over the fence. But even then, there was a big enough rock protruding out, so you couldn't fall too far and die, basically. It really was the most magnificent view I'd ever seen. We set up one of the tents, and then we had set up some lanterns around, and we made a fire to keep away the insects. Jennifer decided to go with Christine to explore around while Jake and I were setting up. Eventually, Christine yelled, "Hey!" Then we heard her clearing some brush, and she said, "Stairs?" I thought she was just imagining it or joking, and she said, "No, guys, come on, look." They looked pretty worn, but they led to that piece of the rock at the bottom. To put it into better perspective for you, the reader, picture Pride Rock from The Lion King. We were standing on that flat piece, and then imagine another flat piece on the bottom of that, but with stairs that wrapped around to let you get to the bottom. Jennifer was against going down the worn steps because she was afraid someone might get hurt. But we had to know what the stairs led to. What if it was a treasure, an artifact? Jake and I decided to go, and the girls could stay. The stairs in the beginning were made of stone and were worn, but once we got to the middle of the steps, it wasn't as bad. We finally got down and saw that it was a piece of the rock that we were standing on, like on the upper level, minus the forest. It was like a cave. We'd made our way into the cave, and we could hear our footsteps crushing broken coconut shells and sand grit. Jake took his flashlight and lit up the inside. We were amazed. There seemed to be drawings on the walls and what looked like a burial site. It looked disturbed, but the drawings are what made us intrigued. I lit my flashlight and I pointed it to the wall. We were able to make out bodies and very tiny heads. we carefully swept the debris from the wall. We needed more light to understand the carvings, so we called the girls, and reluctantly they came. We asked them to point their flashlights at the wall, and then we all did the same at the same time, and they were just as amazed. We took photos, and we said at the end of our trip, we'll let the information desk know about this place. Maybe we discovered something that no one else has ever seen. Christine said, "Wait a minute. It seems like these carvings tell a sequence of events from right to left." As we looked at these carvings, we saw what looked like a figure pushing someone off a ledge. We immediately got the chills and collectively decided to head back. Jake broke the silence and said, "Remember, this was thousands of years ago. It was just a part of history." Jennifer replied, "Yeah, but it's just as creepy." We all agreed, though, if it were to rain, we'd seek refuge in the cave. We decided to go look around, not too far from the campsite, but just explore. We were all inspired since we stumbled across that carving on the wall. Maybe we could find something else. We were about 15 minutes into our walk when we realized the sun was beginning to set. Christine brought up the fact that we should probably head back. We don't want to get caught out in the dark. It would make things harder for us. We all decided to head back. As we were heading back, we heard rustling and sticks breaking. Christine grabbed Jake, and Jennifer locked her arm with mine. Jake looked at me in bewilderment and said, "An animal?" And I said, "No. Whatever it is has a heavy foot. Familiar footing." Jake had a military-grade knife, and he had his hand on it. Jennifer had her mace. The branches were sounding louder and louder. We froze. We braced ourselves on the defense, just in case. Suddenly the big leaves parted, and a man who looked like a native Hawaiian, had a straw hat and one of those touristy-looking Hawaiian shirts, he emerged from the bushes. He said in a stern voice,
Why are you in these parts?
We explained that we were hikers from the mainland, and that we have a campsite not too far from here, on a rock. We also mentioned the strange markings we saw on the cave walls. After we'd said that, his eyes widened, and we all agreed that it felt like they pierced our souls. And he said,
I'm going to give you advice from one human being to another.
We just stood there, wide-eyed, with nothing to say, listening intently, waiting for what he would tell us. He said,
You should not sleep there. You should pack up your things and leave. Many bad things happened in this area for millennia since the Golden Age has been broken. A curse that's been cast on this sacred land, and it would be foolish for you to stay here.
Jennifer said with a knot in her throat, Why? The man said,
The night marchers. Oh, approaches. Get somewhere safe. And whatever you do, don't look them in the eye.
And then he took off. We all looked at one another, and Jake said, Did we really come all this way to leave? We decided it's only going to be one night, and dusk was already approaching. As soon as the morning comes, we'll pack up and leave. We just won't touch anything. So we made our way back to the campsite. When we finally got back, Jennifer remembered she'd brought a pot and 2 cans of clam chowder. So we relit the fire, put the pot over the fire, and heated up our food. We enjoyed a decent dinner. It was one of the best nights we had hiking since our high school days. Christine looked at her watch and noticed it was 12:45 a.m. I'll never forget that time, because it was the start of the night from hell. We decided to get ourselves ready to sleep. 2 people could fit in one tent. Since it was beautiful outside, and Jennifer and I admired the stars, we decided to lay out and fall asleep under the stars. I remember thinking to myself, I only see skies like this on the wallpaper for my computer. It was just so magical. I dozed off. I remember waking up to use the bathroom. Of course, there really was no bathroom, so I decided to go into the woods. I remember it was silent. No animals making noise, no insects, nothing. It was eerily quiet outside. It was like time stopped. I quietly walked behind the tent and into some bushes to release. And then I heard a horn. I'm not sure that that's what it was, but it sounded like a horn. I just passed it off as me hallucinating. I headed back to sleep. As I was drifting back off, suddenly I heard what sounded like a drum. My finger tapped the ground with each beat of the drum. It began to get louder and louder. Jake woke up and peeked outside the tent, and he looked at me and said, "How do you have service up here to watch a movie? Turn it down, man." I said, "Jake, that's not me." Now, if you knew Jake, you'd know that he only uses my full name when he's really serious with me. And he said, "Thomas, stop joking and go to bed. You know we have to get up early and leave." He rubbed his eyes and looked at his Apple Watch. And then, just as suddenly as all the others, a horn noise went off again, and it was even louder. Jennifer sat up and said, "Okay, the prank isn't funny, not cool." Immediately, it sounded louder, and the drum was getting closer and closer. Christine was fast asleep in the tent. Just when we thought we were cornered, it went silent. All you could hear were our own heartbeats. We were frozen, looking at one another. I gave Jake a look like we had a plan, and we nodded at one another like we knew what to do. Jake slowly went back into the tent, and you can hear him whisper, "Christine, Christine," followed by a soft, "Yeah? Is it time to get up?" I looked at Jennifer, and she was in what seemed like a daze. I motioned to her to grab her bag, but she wasn't moving. She looked like she was moving her mouth, but nothing was coming out. I broke out of my fright, and I went up to her and I said, "What's wrong? We have to go." She lifted her shaking arm and half pointed behind me, and I grabbed her arm and said, "What?" in an angry whisper. And she said, "Behind." My breath shook, and I slowly turned. Behind me, I can hear Jake getting things together in the tent, and as I turned around, this was the part that scared me to my core. My fight or flight kicked in, and I barely remember anything else. I saw a tall man, at least 6 feet tall, with a machete. But that's not what scared me. It was his head. It was very small. He had what looked like a coconut shell for armor, with eyes cut out for holes, and a small hole for the mouth. His body looked normal, but his head, the size of a coconut. Jennifer screamed. Christine and Jake came out and froze in fear. I immediately pushed Jennifer away from looking at this monster, this thing. She snapped out of it, got up, grabbed me, and ran. Jake and Christine followed. We didn't know where we were going or which direction. We just ran. We left everything. We heard footsteps, branches breaking, as if there were like 10 of them following, just cutting down the branches like nothing. I don't know how we got through the forest, but Christine noticed a strong river of water, and we figured we could lose them if we crossed it. We all jumped in, started making our way through, but it just kept getting deeper. Before we knew it, the river overpowered us. As it carried us, I looked back and I saw 5 of those beings with various weapons in their hands. They stopped following us. They just stared at us. I kept looking, and I'll never forget seeing these people. Being of average height, with small heads. I don't know, but I passed out. I woke up to the sun on my face and Christine hitting my face. She'd had a gash on her head, and Jake and the rest of us, we all had scratches and bruises all over our bodies. Before we could even talk, we heard a helicopter over us. They came and airlifted all of us to the island nursing triage to get us checked out. I asked the guy, "How did you find us?" He said that an individual's Apple Watch sent them coordinates at 4:55 a.m. They'd been looking for us for about 4 hours because it wasn't easy to get to where we were. Christine just cried and Jennifer hugged her. Jake and I looked at one another. The guy added that we shouldn't have been where we were and that we were way off the path. Local authorities came to speak to us and ask us what happened. I told them everything, from the drawings to the strange men with small heads. Officers went on to explain that that's just folklore. But then he continues, saying that people get so frightened of the night marchers that they end their life because their minds can't take what they've seen. He goes on to say that they've only had 2 instances of documented suicides. One was a 19-year-old girl who jumped off the rock cliff we were camping at. And the other person, they called off the search because authorities refuse to search when night approaches. The area was closed off to the public when they found 4 headless bodies in the 1980s. And the perpetrator was never found. He continued that we must have been way off the trail to be by that rock area because it's completely closed off. They seemed really puzzled how we even got there to begin with. As I had chills run down my spine, I wondered, did we actually go into the river to escape, or did we try to end our lives? And what was under the coconut shell? Was there even a head at all? But how could they breathe or see? I asked the officer taking our statement, "Do the night marchers have heads?" And he said, "According to folklore, since you're alive to tell the tale, they didn't remove their coconut shell. But had you died and jumped off the cliff, you, like the young girl who did, would have known the answer for yourself." We decided to take a very long break from hiking or camping. Instead, we would just meet at the bar. And though I can't help but wonder what a head the size of a coconut looks like, no one really wants to talk about it. The hood of my car is completely engulfed in flames. It's rush hour in East LA, and the people could give a fuck less about the spectacle taking place next to them. They're all too busy mentally preparing for their day ahead, distracted enough to ignore the man pushing a fireball down the road. Hi, my name is Amir. I bet you're wondering how I got there. Well, I'm pretty sure my car was haunted. It was also cheap, so no, I'm absolutely not throwing that out as a suspected reason why I no longer have my means of transportation. But up until the spontaneous explosion of my engine, none of the issues have been mechanical, just unsettling. The car was a 2011 Toyota Yaris hatchback. I'd purchased it used from the owner on Craigslist. I even checked the car's history. No accidents, not one scratch. A month goes by, and even with the music off, I still hear talking in the car. A couple times I've looked in my rearview mirror, and only for an instant will I make eye contact with someone in the back seat. Every time, I scream and almost crash. Of course, during the first month, I attempted to gaslight myself, creating absurd excuses in my head as to why I was experiencing these terrors. Black shadow mass in the back seat. It could have been the light hitting my eyes at just the right angle in the mirror. And the whispers, they could easily be attributed to the friction of slightly low tires. But then one afternoon, while driving home from work, a cop pulls me over. I'm already paranoid that he'll smell the weed, but this interaction went in a direction I didn't expect. When the cop asks for my license and registration, he leans into my window and says, "Where'd your buddy go?" In my paranoid brain, I think he's making a Mary Jane reference or something. But thankfully, before I have an opportunity to act on my assumption and incriminate myself, I stuttered out, "Buddy, sir?" The cop still has his head looking into my back seat, and then he quickly recoils out to scan the desolate road. His attention focuses back on me, and this time his delivery clearly spoken with aggravation. He tells me that when he lit up the car and pulled us over, he clearly saw 2 occupants in the car. With my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, I try to explain that I'm the only one here. The officer is having none of it. My words fall upon deaf ears as he takes another step back, removing his gun from the holster and telling me to get out of the car. I've never been a big anarchist in my youth. My style and music taste is rather bland, and physically, I'll never be the biggest man in a social situation. So, when Mr. Policeman pointed his gun at me, I listened. He searches me, cuffs me, then puts me in the back of his car, before turning around and searching under and around my car for the second occupant. He obviously never found one. He was sure he'd seen someone in my car, but was equally as sure that he hadn't seen anyone get away. He'd only pulled me over to discuss my tabs, not really an arrestable offense, so I was released. There was something about his entire demeanor after he'd thoroughly investigated my car and its surroundings. Clearly, he was spooked. Getting back into my car after that felt different, to say the least. Was I relieved that someone else witnessed the strangeness? Only slightly. Sure, I'm not crazy, but I still had to drive the car. So, after that event, but before my car was engulfed in flames on the highway, there's one other occurrence that solidified my unease. It's another one I can't really explain. This happened at one of the most inopportune times imaginable. That seems to be a trend in my life, but anyway, I was on a date. The date was going well. Actually, screw that, it was going great. like we're hitting it off, chemistry for sure. We met up at this outdoor movie event put on by the city where my date lived. Close to my own, but a bit bigger. It wasn't fancy. I mean, the movie playing was Scooby-Doo, so our expectations were that level. After that good time, we decided to walk around the park with the brilliant idea of going to catch the sunset with some ice cream. This is where my date trusts me enough to get into my car. And how do I repay her? Well, I open the door for her, and as she gets in, I see her face change dramatically. She's instantly turned off, and I'm instantly insecure. Then I smell it. My car smells like an ashtray, like my grandmother's old trailer, heavy and thick. It was like actual smoke should have accompanied the smell, but there was none. My date and I are still sort of connected since I was holding her hand as I got her into the car. In a total knee-jerk reaction, I pulled her back out of the car, apologizing profusely. She's confused, saying she didn't realize I was a smoker. She's also apologizing for her reaction. I explain that I'm not a smoker, and she gives me a look of disappointment, saying, I could handle if you were a smoker. I mean, I'd probably make you quit, but lying? That's just stupid. And without another word, she was walking back to where I'd originally met her. Obviously, I don't smoke cigarettes. And before you say that it was probably weed, it wasn't. If you've ever smoked weed or smelled cigarettes, you know the difference. And this was clearly tobacco smoke. That smell, it lasted for 3 days. It made me physically sick, and I almost considered selling the car at that point, for real. And that brings us to the highway fire. Normal commute for me is several hours in the car, at least one in awful traffic. What gets me through all of this is the radio. I'm in between songs listening to some banter on K-Rock when I catch a glimpse of this shadow in the back seat. I do my normal, get scared and almost wreck my car, and then I'm incredibly frustrated, almost punching at my steering wheel but holding back. My radio then cuts out, just going into no signal mode. A loud, intense static fills my car, far louder than the music or discussion that was happening prior. I'm driving like an asshole now, but for whatever reason, nothing I do to the radio makes a difference. So I give up, and then it stops. I don't even want to be in the car at this point, but what choice do I have? I don't bother trying to turn the radio back on. I decide I'll drive in silence. Of course, that's interrupted by the faint sound of talking. Familiar, but distressing nonetheless. As I'm looking forward, I see from the top of my vision, the rear view mirror starts to tilt ever so slightly. I look at it. No shadow there, but I swear on everything, I felt something in that car. It felt like it was sitting right next to me, and it looked as though it was moving the mirror towards itself. I move my gaze slightly, and sure enough, a black mass is idling in the passenger seat. This all happened in a matter of seconds, all while I calmly try merging towards the far lane to exit. It wasn't my exit, but I just had that horrible feeling about being on the road, being in this car. I felt as though I was losing control of the car itself. I wish so badly I could explain what that felt like, accurately anyway, but I'll try. It felt like even though I wanted to slow down, I was finding myself accelerating. I wanted to keep my eyes on the road, but this black mass was pulling all of my attention, all of my focus. My hands on the steering wheel were burning. Instead of pulling back or protecting them in some way, I dug them in, creating an unnecessarily strong grip. Painful, yet I couldn't stop. Before I even make it over 2 lanes, I smell smoke. It smells like burning plastic. And immediately after, I see the entire hood of my car engulfed in flames. I somehow managed to make it over another 2 lanes without hitting anyone. As I reach the shoulder, it feels like the steering wheel is going to burn through my hands. Straight panicking, this car is going to lock me inside of it, burning me alive. I open the driver's side door, putting one foot out as I slow to a stop. Finally, I throw it in park, barely have enough time to grab my phone as another roar of flames bursts through the interior of my car. I waited close to an hour, all while watching my car burn. Ironically, I was now the traffic I despised so much. But I thought to myself, no way has anyone ever had such an excuse to cause traffic. This quite literally wasn't my fault. Yet here I was. Well, here I am. No car, working with a rental. No future car plans in sight, given that I bought the car so cheap and not from a dealership. My quote from the insurance I already can't afford is about enough to cover a down payment for a car I could never afford. But at least I'm alive. I've tried to reach out to the guy who sold me the car, but I can't get any sort of response from him. He's told me the same thing twice now, so maybe that's why. All the car's history is in the report. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for teaching me that there is such thing as a deal too good to be true. I don't know, man. I think I'm still in shock. My partner and I moved back to Seattle in January, to the Chinatown International District, and we've loved it. But lately, we've been experiencing some weird things in the apartment. The first weird thing to happen was about a month ago. My partner was in the only closet in our studio apartment when he jumped out, startled, eyes as big as dinner plates. Without taking his eyes off the closet, he asked me if I had just said, "Help me." I told him I hadn't, as I was just sitting at the computer, playing a game. We shook it off and assumed it was nothing. Then, a week ago, I was cooking something for dinner while my partner was showering. Completely distracted, I felt a hand on my ass, so I jokingly batted it away, asking him not to bother me while I was cutting up vegetables. No answer, so I turned around, and he was still in the shower. I went and asked him if he was fucking with me, to which he said he wasn't. Fast forward to last night and to just now. Last night I was laying in bed, having a hard time getting to sleep. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a head and shoulders raised from the foot of the bed. I do a quick double take, but my second look, the figure is gone. And literally, about 10 minutes ago, I'm back in bed, and I see the shadow of a man walk by the corner of my bed into the kitchen. I'm freaked out. All doors and windows are locked. I checked the 2 rooms in the studio, bathroom, laundry room, and there's nothing. Not a single sign of someone else in our apartment. I feel very on edge. Don't speak ill of the dead. Well, I feel I can because my meeting and interaction with my friend's great uncle happened after he slogged off this mortal coil. A close friend of mine had a long day of chores at one of their farms, and since it was hot and she'd just given birth, I offered to help out so it could go quicker and she didn't have to do the heavy lifting. It was a long, hard day, and as the sun was beginning to make its way down, She smacked her head and then her steering wheel. Holy hell, I forgot I have to feed the dogs up the mountain. She looked very regretful as she said, I gotta go get some dry kibble to give the neighbors, to give the dogs up at my uncle's cabin. I'm sorry, you were so nice to come, but I have to do this. I said, let's get some people food too, and I'm all yours. So apparently my friend Marie was not kidding as we made our way up the mountain roads, switchbacks going higher and higher. The story was that she was left the property by her great-uncle to live on with her husband. Unfortunately, having a preemie baby meant staying within a quick trip's time to the hospital, whereas this mountain was hours from anything. The neighbors fed the animals under the conditions that they were supplied feed, and since it was such a great favor that they were doing, she couldn't afford to be late delivering food. It was almost dark as we approached the neighbor's cabin. All of her uncle's dogs come running out, excited and silly, as only labs can be. The neighbors took the food and suggested Marie go up and check on the house, since they didn't have the keys, and it had been about a month. Another 20 minutes later, we arrive at the terraced property on the side of the mountain. The cabin was gorgeous, and as we entered, there was a vestibule with a picture window and hooks for keys that looked like metal flowers. They were cool. Marie put the keys on the hook, and we went exploring. Everything was locked, and the sun was setting. We turned on all the lights, tested the pipes for the sinks in the bath, and everything was in order. Finally, I can go home and sleep. We head to the front, and the keys are gone. We are equally as baffled, and our tempers are starting to flare. Marie has a baby girl at home and needed to pump her breasts as they were getting swollen and painful. And I was tired and sore as fuck. Once we realized neither of us had them, we tore the place apart. Finally, an hour later, both cranky, we decided to build a fire in the fire pit and spend the night in the car as it was at least dust-free. I walk up an incline and I see a shed. I yell down to ask, what is it for? And she says, firewood. So using my phone flashlight, we had no service anyway. I went up to the incline and looked in the shed. Okay, lots of dried wood. I'm very cautious. I was scared of snakes and whatever critters could be nesting in there. My light hits something that gleams, and I jump back, realizing I'd scared myself. I laugh and go further in, and I see that the sparkle was the silver trinket on her fucking keychain. We had never been apart. No way for her to have done this. I fall down the incline, jingling her keys, and she's like, thank freaking God. We jump in the car, and we're headed down the mountain. Eventually, we get to where there's service. Her phone rings, and her aunt from a few states over, supposedly sensitive to the paranormal, worriedly asks, Are you okay? Oh yeah, we were at the cabin. Her aunt says, You know, my dad is pissed at you for not living on the property. It'd be easier if you'd just lived there. So, for what seemed like the 100th time, given her level of frustration, Marie points out that she needs to be near a hospital for a while before moving out to the middle of nowhere. Aunt insists that dead great-uncle is angry, and we eventually get home. As we get out of the car, Marie said, You know, my great-uncle was a huge, abusive asshole who wanted everything his way. And I looked at her and said, Well, nothing has changed since he died. My idea to look in the shed was born out of boredom and desperation to get some wood. There was no guarantee that we would have built a fire at all, so no, I don't think he was returning the keys. We left it alone until we had one more encounter with him and another set of keys. So the second encounter with the second set of missing keys also involves Marie, and it was when I lived with my boyfriend and family. Back then, it wasn't unusual for friends to stop by on a lark. Marie stopped by one sunny afternoon to have her toddler play with the toddler I was caring for. She mentioned that weird things are happening at her house where she was living since visiting her uncle's place with me. Someone would stomp around the house in what sounded like heavy boots. On occasion, the bathroom light would turn itself on, and in the morning, they heard someone doing their morning routine, going through the motions of brewing coffee. She thought that maybe her dead great-uncle might have followed her home when we finally tore out of his property for the last time. But the activity sounded like someone who had probably lived there before, so that was my guess. Then she dropped the bomb. Her great-nana, who'd come to help care for the new infant, had heard the noises and remarked it sounded like when her great-uncle had lived on the property in the early 80s. He'd gotten into flashy cowboy boots in the 80s and liked to strut around the house. According to great-nana, he was also a coffee snob who would only make his special coffee for himself, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Okay, it sounds like the douche canoe that I'd been told about. When Marie finally decided to go home, her keys were missing. We went outside and stared at my concrete driveway. There was no place for them to fall but on concrete. We ripped the car apart and went through my kitchen. I've known Marie for 14 years, and she's not the sort to lose things, especially not keys. We watched as my dad drove up the long driveway from the top of the hill where our house sat. He comes into the kitchen and does what he always does. He carries in the first bag of groceries, throws his keys in the catch-all tray, sets down the grocery bag, and asks for help bringing in the rest. He got a weird look on his face as he stuck his hand in his pockets and threw what ended up being 2 sets of keys onto the tray. He was startled and gave me a "what the fuck" face. Yes, they were Marie's keys. And yes, we stood on the porch and watched him drive the half-mile up the driveway from the hill the house sat on, and followed him into the house. Nobody could explain it, and I was reasonably sure, for whatever reason, it was her great-uncle again. I'm not sure if there was a point to it. Why keys? Neither of us can hazard a guess. Keys had no special meaning where he was concerned, except that he had power over whoever he took them from. And that was the last time we had any problems with missing keys. Incidentally, it was just after that last encounter that they had a spiritualist friend send her uncle into what was referred to as the Great Beyond. They did this through some sort of cleansing. So, did our 2-year-old daughter glitch, or am I just living in her origin story? So, I actually have 2 glitches which involve her. Naturally, I'm starting with the first, and then I'll get on to the second. The first glitch. This happened about 8 weeks ago. It was past bedtime, and I could hear her, my daughter, awake in her bedroom, which she shares with her 4-year-old brother. This isn't unusual, and they're really cute when they play and chat at night, so no big deal, right? I walked up the stairs, and I could hear their little chatting and giggles, so I decided to pop in and see if they needed anything and remind them it's sleep time. I stepped over the safety gate, so I was inside their bedroom, but only about 1 step inside. The hall light was on, and it lit up their bedroom. My son is in the left bed. My daughter is in the right. I say something like, "What are you 2 up to?" And they sheepishly tell me they're playing. My eyes adjust, and I can see my son in his bed. and my daughter in hers. I can see them moving and getting comfortable as we chat. The light is low, but enough to see the shapes of them, the reflection in their eyes, and their bedroom floor, which is a narrow gap between their beds. We chat for about 3 minutes, and I ask them if they need anything. I clearly hear my daughter's voice answering me from her bed. As we're talking, I feel something brush the back of my leg. I didn't even look to check because we have cats, and those little devils follow me everywhere. One must have jumped over the safety gate and was coming to see if anything interesting was going on. Something felt a bit weird, though, and after maybe 5 seconds, I realized I hadn't heard the gate rattle. It always does that when a cat jumps over it. The cheeky little fur demon must have snuck in when I put them to bed, and it's probably why the kids are awake and giggling. I turned and I looked at the small gap behind me, expecting to see a little black cat. And I shit you not, my 2-year-old daughter is standing there. I was so shocked, I said to her, "How did you get there?" And that little girl just starts giggling her little butt off, like hysterically giggling. I start nervously laughing. I say, "You were just in bed. Did you just teleport, little miss?" And we all start laughing. I'm persistent and I ask a few more times, "How did you get behind me?" But she doesn't answer me, just keeps giggling sweetly. I ask her brother, "How did she do that?" And he just carries on laughing. I even say, "What's going on here? What are we all laughing about?" But neither can answer, and I'm baffled. After a minute or two, I say something like, "All right, super baby, let's get you back to bed." I tuck them back in, I close the door behind me. Totally freaked out, but not scared or anything, just confusion. I feel like I just looked up and the sky was green. Now, I'd been looking at her in bed. I was talking to her. I could hear her voice coming from her bed. I didn't see her get out of bed. I didn't see her walk towards me down the thin strip of floor space. I didn't hear her footsteps on the floor. She didn't make a peep of noise. It was like she just appeared. I told my partner, and together we tried to figure it out, but it felt like something impossible had happened. Eventually, he just said, "Glitch?" And here I am. The second one, this happened not long after the first event, maybe 10 or 20 days later. It was close enough that the moment it happened, I instantly thought, "Not again," in a kind of acceptance way. It was long past bedtime for them, probably just after midnight. They'd gone to bed on time, and I hadn't heard a peep from them. I let my dog into the back garden to do her thing, and I started walking down my garden to a chair that we have on the far end. It was dark by this time, but the moon was out, so I could see well enough. I got halfway down the garden and turned to look at my house, instinctively looked up at their window. The light of the moon was hitting the window in a way which made the glass look kind of white, even though their blinds were closed. But I didn't just see the blinds and the window. I saw my daughter's silhouette, standing on the windowsill. I can remember it as clearly as anything, like a flashbulb memory. It was a completely black silhouette, her size and shape, hands up to the glass. I couldn't make out any details or features. I recognized it was my daughter because of the size, but at this point I just knew there was a kid up in the window, and I ran like shit upstairs. I rushed into their room and flicked the main light on straight away. I'd already started talking and blurted out a word like, "Hey," about to ask her what on earth she was doing. But I stopped in my tracks. Both the kids are in their beds. I figured she jumped down quickly and was pretending to be asleep. I actually walk up to her and try talking again, but this kid is fast asleep. If you've ever seen a young child in a deep sleep, it isn't something they can fake. Slightly sweating, pink cheeks, sprawled out like a dead weight. I'm so shocked now, because I'm so certain of what I saw. I checked my son, even though I knew it couldn't logically be him, but he was sleeping deeply too. I just back out of their room feeling pretty flabbergasted. This time, I definitely got creeped out a bit, along with the familiar confusion and disbelief. I went back outside and checked. The window was lit up the exact same way, only no weird toddler figure looking at me. I'm not sure if this is on topic or not, but 4 years back, I woke up at night, laying in my bed for a few minutes. For context, my bed is facing 2 tall windows with 2 curtains, and there was a small crack in the middle of the curtains where you could slightly see outside. Suddenly, what I can only describe as floodlights turned on, flooding into my bedroom from the outside. Except the light was purple, and there was no noise at all. Not sure if it was from pure shock or not, but my body started to shake, to vibrate. I got out of bed, and I ran to my parents' room, and I didn't turn back. I didn't see the light vanish, but when my parents went to look in my room, it was gone. I stayed up with my parents the rest of the night, which felt like 10 minutes, and then it was daylight again. Not sure, like I said, if it fits here, but I wanted to share this and see if anyone else has experienced something like this before. The only kind of proof I have is that the purple light, it stained the middle of my curtains purple, while the others in the house have a faded white color from the sun. The curtain is still purple to this day. Here's a photo I took today. So I've looked online, but I haven't stumbled upon anything like what a friend and I saw a few years ago. Maybe someone here can provide insight or point me in the right direction. I'm gonna say that it was summer about 1990. I lived in a small town in Pennsylvania. A friend and I were heading to the next town over, and we were taking a shortcut on a rural road. Houses were few on this road. We reached a stop sign intending to turn right and head towards the main road, and there was a house on our left. It was dark outside at the time, and we saw a strange pattern of lights above the house. We thought maybe they were having a get-together in the back, and we were seeing some sort of dance lights. Haze and fog aren't uncommon, so we thought the light was just hitting the low-hanging fog. The light pattern was ghostly pale, not bright at all. It consisted of a central round light, surrounded by smaller circular round balls, smaller than the center one. It was like 20 feet over the top of the house. The outer balls would rotate around the center, slow to a stop, converge towards the center ball, and then return to their former position and begin to rotate again. We sat there for about 2 minutes watching, debating what it was. The owner must have seen us sitting at the top, and they turned the porch light on and opened the front door. We just left at that point. As we reached the main road, we saw the light moving across the sky. It was dim, and the mountain terrain made it difficult to keep in sight. We saw it off in the distance, not a very high altitude, but a fair distance from us. We eventually lost sight of it as the road ran downhill and never saw it again. To this day, still have no idea what we saw. It didn't appear to be solid, but rather ghostly, glowing balls of light. We told some friends what we saw, and of course, we were laughed at. I still talk to my buddy. We're 1,200 miles apart now, but he remembers too. I'm not making any claims in the least, just saying I have no idea. I've always been curious about something I can't explain. It was 5th grade, and it was the last night at camp. We were roasting marshmallows, going through a series of questions with our counselor. The questions we came up with would be presented the following day at our farewell breakfast. Honestly, I don't remember any of the questions other than, what was your favorite food at camp? I remember my answer was French toast because they literally had the best I've ever had. I thought about it ever since. Anyway, the experience. After we'd all finished shouting answers at our counselor, everyone started to settle down and continued to eat their s'mores in peace. I had to pee, and my camp BFF had to pee. So in honor of our buddy system, we walked the couple of yards away to the bathrooms. Just as we approached, we saw something peeking out from behind the bathroom cabin. For a moment, it was still, even as we walked closer and asked each other if we saw it. To me, it was glowing somehow. Was it the light from the bathroom? I couldn't tell. It looked to be about my height, but dressed in something shiny and dark, like a costume of some sort. As we got closer, I could see that it had a small body, but a rather large head. The head didn't really have features, not that I could tell. It quickly ducked behind the building, and my friend and I both sort of yell in shock or excitement. We didn't really discuss it, we just started running towards the back of the bathrooms. When we made it, there was nothing there. It wasn't like we ran for long. We'd literally only taken a couple of seconds to get there. We circled the building. Nothing. We looked towards the woods behind the bathrooms, but it was too dark to see much of anything at all. We both swore that we could see something glowing in the woods. As we stood there, it got further and further away, until we saw just darkness again. We both thought that it was so strange that we saw nothing back there so quickly after definitely seeing something back there. I don't know if it's paranormal, but it's definitely unexplained. My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that, standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark. But my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half-mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up, like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamancy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us, within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. "I'm pretty sure they are." My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice. When I was younger, there were several years my family lived in a small town outside of Yosemite National Park, a town called Arnold. The skies, they're incredibly open and clear out there, especially in the spring and summer. This was summer, probably 1998. It was the second time I'd stayed at my grandparents' house. My grandparents ran a golf course, and though their house wasn't on the course, it was nearby. I'd just finished showering and I was getting ready for bed when I see my grandpa standing outside, just staring up into the sky. I move closer to the back door and I see that it's both my grandma and grandpa looking up. I walk outside and instantly I see what they're staring at. Lights. Not just lights though, like that you'd see on a plane. These were 3 perfectly round balls of light, almost blue, forming a triangle shape and pulsating several feet above our heads. "What the heck is that?" I asked. No response. Eventually, my grandpa says, "Does it look like it's above the course to you two?" Referring to the golf course. Yeah, it sorta does, my grandma responds. But we just keep staring. We see the lights rapidly form together, creating one large ball of light. Then, the brightest light I've ever seen expands across the sky and straight down, before immediately shooting up, faster than just about anything I've seen shoot up into the sky. And it was followed by darkness. It was like we broke out of some sort of trance, my grandpa making his way inside, grabbing his keys to the golf cart. He says he's got to go check on the course. My grandma convinces him, do it in the morning. And so he does. Wait. The next morning, a perfectly round, large patch of grass was completely dead. It wasn't charred in color, but instead that patch was brown, while the remainder of the 14th hole and the rest of the course was the appropriate green. I wish I remembered what came of all that, but I have to believe nothing. What exactly could you report? How exactly do you hold someone accountable? I mean, whoever or whatever did that was long gone immediately after. Very strange experience. Not the first time I've spied something in those open skies. Share this with as many people as possible, as many outlets as possible. Spread this information before it disappears. I'm doing my part before I disappear. Soon, the government will release information acknowledging the existence of extraterrestrial beings, as the world will undoubtedly lean into entropy, rather its latter. They'll use this unrest to launch a staged attack against its citizens, systematically decreasing the population while attempting to incite a new world order to defend against this new threat. Through domestic terrorism on an earthly level and in an attempt to maintain power, they'll turn the people against these invaders, rejecting proposed changes to their way of life. Extraterrestrial beings have lived amongst us for decades. They are not the enemy. Their political influence has been the stepping stones of our species. Recently, tensions have been growing amongst humans. A pursuit of harmony capsized and stranded on the rocks of greed. We've been too busy fighting amongst ourselves. Differences in our appearances and expression of life are scrutinized under a microscope by one another, simply because we haven't seen something that prospectively contrasts our features and values on a galactic level. The stationed beings, they don't need anything from us. Their advanced civilizations would have no troubles taking what they wanted from us at any time since making first contact. Do not believe the media when they say this invasion comes from somewhere else. It's ruthless devastation, too visceral for humanity to believe that we could possibly commit upon ourselves. Destruction unthinkable of human capabilities. But it is. All of this was shown to me last night. It was the first encounter I've ever had. I live in Bisbee, Arizona, and I was taking the dogs for a nightly walk. We'd gotten a couple of blocks past the house, walking on a long stretch of a two-way road. The sun had just set behind us, and while the dogs and I get to the road sign we traditionally turn around at, I stopped to look at the stars beginning to poke out as it grew darker. When I looked straight above me, there's a completely black, perfect circle, blocking out a section of stars. Directly in the center of this black circle, one star appears and begins to grow. Then it bathes me in a beam of light. The dog leashes are ripped from my hand, but I'm frozen in the white light. My body feels like it's made out of stone. I try to yell, but nothing comes out. My vocal cords didn't vibrate. Only air came out. The hot desert air grows cold around me, and although I can't move my head through the thick beam, I see the horizon line sink below my view. I was being raised into the sky. A flash of blue dropped me down to my feet again, but this time, the soles of my shoes collided with metal. The walls of this room were lined with detailed neon fractals that acted as a source of illumination for the room. They delivered information to me telepathically as I was alone in this room. Then, as suddenly as I was picked up, I was back on my feet, on the sidewalk again. My dogs still haven't returned home, and I don't know why I was chosen to relay any sort of message. I'm only doing as I was asked. But I guess it's you who will ultimately give it life or let it die amongst the afterthought.